Hello, colleagues. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ayjan Narimova. I'm the head of the Digital Transformation Department. So it's our way or path to implement AI and data technology. Last year we have conducted some decision on changing our data. One of our flagman project is implementing data factory. Why it's important in our processes? Because all of the actions, all of the solutions in our activity, starting from the base rate, money policy, are based on some data, and our ambitious in 5 years to form some central bank strategy. We are collecting administrative and non-administrative data. Also, we are partnering with the state governmental bases. All of these data are aggregated and worked, and also it's communicated with the market. In the framework of our data factory, we are working in three dimensions. The first dimension is building some scaling architecture and sustainable infrastructure. And also we are working on data stock and also making some new product. And also we are working on time to data, time to analytics strategy. Now we have initiated the work in the beginning of the year. Now you see the architecture of data factory. Here you see something that we are working on, and the black sides are the things that's planned to implement. We are working on data factory component development. We are working on some unique layer of keeping data, and also unique stock for keeping data where all the internal and external sources of data are kept. And also we are working on building some ML laboratories, and also all the agencies are working, and financial agencies are working and with us and using these data factory instruments, and it will lead to analyze some hypotheses, and some of the hypotheses which is implemented in life and which is important. We're actively building some processes on master data and data governance structure. This is one of the key components of our structure, and it's very important to build some unique layer and to understand some terms and ways. The unique semantics layer. In this year, we have migrated 30% of our old data, and also we are conducted real-time transforming, which is conducted with the external sources, which is collecting some external data. All the data products, maybe colleagues will know about this. It's a very deep products, and dashboards and ML models are meant when we see some strategies. All of the new data products are developed on the new technological stack. All the current processes are transforming into current new technologies. Now we see some changing some technical strategies. Now you see some decreasing in time to data, time to analysis, time to develop new products. Now our theme is to our analytics not to spend time for search or for preparing data. One of the important components and project is repositorium of open securities, open data. It's some unique place where we are showing all the information about National Bank, and we have implemented it in beta version, and here you can see some of the informations. Now you can see some of the data, and it's very important to make this data to be read, to be comfortable read by matching, and they are open API, and using this QR code you can visit our website, and there are open website which is showing all the information about National Bank. And till the end of this year we are downloading all the information which is open for all the citizens and will be uploaded to this website. And also the administration, president administration entities are also will be embedded in this website. Let us stop on the AI implementing question. You know that in the task of our president, it was written out that it's very important to implement AI in all spheres. Now we are working on it, and also we are working on some law-making processes, and also our laws are now moving through the Senate of the Parliament, and also we are implementing some internal AI implementing laws and rules. Some of them I will explain you. As you see how the implementing AI in National Bank will be held. It is three pillars. The first pillar is architecture, and with the implementing AI needs some special architecture in National Bank. We are working on developing some independent GPU infrastructure which will cover all these our needs. Also, we are developed some architecture which will be explained later. And so the second is AI native and BK. It's all about some all of the heads of our national banks or other banks are saying that AI is almost here, and we should be professional in AI. We should understand which type of AI we are using, how we use it, and what is the possibilities of using this AI. We are also formed some 8-week training for our employees, which will help them to start to using AI and from the scratch, and also will lead in 8 weeks to forming some new products even. And some architectural principles, some basic principle of AI is explained on this training. And this will lead to optimization of our work. And this pillar is also has 5 dimensions, which will be set in the future. Now we see some international trends that AI will have some 3 steps where it will be from some local to some autonomous way of working. Now we are in the middle of this way. We are implementing AI in some projects and initiatives, some changing of some function of some re-engineering issues and autonomous implementing, it means that some of the process will be done without participation of our uh, employees. I think that as an international trend, we will, implementing the AI will be the same in our national bank. Now we are telling that implementing AI is not something new, it's some basic standards now. Now we see implementing AI in 5 dimensions: analytics, forecasting, security, operational efficiency, and implementing in control, and also client service decisions. In this sphere, our subsidiary companies are working actively on it. They are working with legal entities. All of this dimension I will explain you. Now we have formed some architecture which will be lead to the enterprise decisions. Now we are using the main approach, which will be different according to the source type of source. Why we are linking data factory and implementing AI? Because data factory will be one of the key sources to implement AI. Also, we are actively working on preparing non-structured data. It means IRD, some archive data, and all the text data which is collected in national bank. Our colleagues has also said that there's very important question of security. Security is working on 3 layers security guardrails system in our architecture, and also more detailedly we have pictures, and also shortly I will stop on each dimensions. Our key project in the framework of AI implementing. It's the SANA system. And moderator on the last panel, they asked if AI will be used during the calculating base rate. So this SANA system will, this as a bot, it will help us. This is the interface to interlocate some basic calculational tasks. The key understanding that all of the key decisions on base rate and also the others will be conducted. The data on these issues will be dedicated with this SANA system, because all of these questions are analyzed now with our analytics. The second case is which we are working on. It's in BK Copilot. It's some internal operational assistant which will help our employees, some informational, some answer to questions. We have embedded in it 70 in IRDs inside of it. Some detailed information on the second floor. You can see it. The next big dimension is, as you see, that National Bank is also working in currency regulating, controlling fraud, and also some money laundering and money transfers to abroad. And this is the keys on the basis of machine learning and AI. We have 2 external cases on which we are working now. We have national bank website where you have an opportunity to apply to the head, and our call center is using AI also in order to make our employees work lighter. And also, repository of open data also is embedded AI. So shortly, this is all. Thank you for your attention. If you have some questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. It was a lot of information you have given to us. So we are continuing our sessions. The project of big data helps us to work with some big data project will make us work quickly, and we will work not on the intuitive mode but also on some logical. Today, the quality of data is not only on the data source, but also it will lead to the solutions. It will somehow will help to make right decisions to banks. And in order to discuss these issues, we would like to welcome our participants. Moderator Arinova Ayjan Bibitovna. She is the head of the data security of the National Republic of Kazakhstan. Tuleov Oljas, Anorbekova Lenara, a credit bureau agency head. Akhundov Sadiq, the head of the National Bank of Azerbaijan. Asretov Sedret, CEO of Ranking Group founder. Ержан Налимбаев, of CEO of Alatau City Bank. Welcome our speakers.
Давай сразу начнем.
Добрый день, коллеги.
Good day, everyone, our colleagues. We shouldn't introduce ourselves second time, so let's save a little bit more time for discussion. The first question is for Oljas. Your agency is a key partner for our government, for the data governments, for all of these initiatives. What kind of work you doing right now? What kind of trajectory you see for the next 5 years, and how we're going to develop this system in Kazakhstan? Yeah. I'm really glad to see you on this event. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you everyone for coming. Let me tell you. So, in our agency, we are the main office in the Kazakhstan in the government, and right now we are managing this question of the development, and we are trying to widen up our acts in collecting data and working with data. How we do this and what kind of plans we have? Well, firstly, I would like to start with this our conception for the data which we started in 2022. Right now, we are going to have all of this data we have right now with the traditional sources, with the national office, from the survey, from events, from the population, all of this calculation and all of this traditional approach. Right now we try to adjust all of this data with administrative data. All of the government companies have a lot of this data, and so some of them particularly double down themselves, so we're having repeating. The second source of the data is the alternative data, the data which firms on the market, banks, telecom company, marketplaces, mobile operators, and everyone. I can go deeply in that. And our task to 2026 to adjust this volume of this data and exchange it with this data we are collecting with hands. And in the previous year, in this year, we have very significant changes in the legislation. And according to that, right now, we are allowed to make a evaluation of this data, the quality evaluation of this data. And right now, we also have a sanction for the political managers, for organizations to boost the quality of this data, for all of this data from our ministries, and we see that there are a lot of potential to continue this work and increase the quality. And probably we are the first in the region. We made it to the legislation, the alternative sources of the data everybody use. And right now, all of this data we are using for the National Stats Agency, we can use it. We can calculate the real inflation, but I think I need to explain how it's calculated right now. So it's like there are a lot of evaluators, more than 300 people for different organizations, and they forming this report about the inflation. Now, experimentally, we are changing this approach, and we are delegating this to the artificial intelligence to classify all of this data, to be sure that all of this data, which is more than 30 millions significant units, and it's a big volume of data, and human will not able to do this. And artificial intelligence advices to us, and right now with all of these technical requirements, we can use that and we can work on that as well. So for all of the regions, it's a big help. And for all of this integration and mobile positioning, it's a pretty recent tool. And now the mobile operators providing all of this data on personified, and we can see the migration, we can see the patterns deeply, this cosmic shots and everything. We can see that, and we're using it to create the statistics about the development, about how many people were born, and it's very useful. And when we are trying to use this data for all of these organization, but now we have to not just to collect all this data, we should analyze them and evaluate their quality. That's why we're working on that, and we are going deeply in that to form all of these recommendations for different administrations, including president, for ministries, for everyone, and to create a calculated forecast based on AI. And using these platforms, we're using data from the physical people, from the physical persons. In general, if we will have the correct evaluation, the current volume of the data economics is almost 3 billions of euro. And if everything will be good in the next 5 years, we're gonna raise it up to 5 billions of euro. And that's why we are going to align with our politics how to develop this, and we should consider this as an active, as a factor for manufacturing, for producing. And unfortunately, it's still in the beginning. We only have started to do this, but my vision is we're gonna be there, and if the government will allow to us to do this, and forming this digital codex. We try to make this institutional basement to prepare the correct legislation how AI gonna be developed in Kazakhstan. And first of all, this product of the data, what is that? It's for someone it's just a scale in Excel for someone is just a text and everything, but we should unite all of the standards and we should understand what do we consider under the word data and use it in all of this our economical relationships and everything. So this monetization of data, the government companies, commercial companies, they're selling their data, actually do it in openly, and it's inside of our legislation. But our task is to make sure that all of this data are gonna be collateral and gonna be a fundament to form all of this development and next steps. It's very important. How? How we should solve this? Who provided this data? Were they stolen or they been legitimately provided by organization? This is the questions we're trying to answer and form in this document, form in our work. Sorry, something wrong. Can you please return the presentation I was reading? And now we have this line, we have this barrier, and we need the platform. And this type of platform is the exchange of the data. Right now, one of these organizations are in China, and we are trying to make a partnership with the Shanghai Data Exchange. Thank you very much. In a pilot regimen, we are try to form prototype of the Kazakhstan data exchange, and this data exchange gonna be deciding what's going to be the cost of the data, how it's going to work, and we need to understand how it's going to improve our work to regulate all of these requirements and what's going on with this thing. So right now, please be sure we're working on that. We're testing a lot, and we are ready to provide solutions. Yeah, and all of the banks they are requiring this data, they're asking it for us, and now we're going to test how we can provide all of this data securely and with the big quality to provide it for all of the organization and protect the confidentiality. So it's actually all that I could say to you, but I think the most important thing is we have to understand that the president prepared the task and turn our government to the full digital government. And one of the biggest fundamentals for that is the digital data. And we should work on that as well. That's why it's important. So now these requirements are legit, and we're gonna work with that. We have this understanding of the standards, and in partnership with us, we're going to work on that furthermore. And I believe in timings of the next year is going to be developed, finish it, and after all, we're going to have an opportunity to sell data in a civilized way, to go deeply in that, use that. Thank you very much. Thank you all, Just. Yeah, it seems like you're making a very big job, and it's cool that you understand how it's important that we need to work with data. Let's go to the Lunara Montaevna. We know that we are also working on this case, and you have some kind of the data products. We would like to hear about your vision, how it's going to be working in this area. Thank you very much. Thank you for colleagues. Thank you for everyone who are listening. I would like to admit that all of this FinTech Summit is developing from year to year, and everyone I would like to congratulate with the day of our national currency. And thanks to all just, yes, it's really important for all of us to understand where the government goes, how we're going to use the develop this data, and to be sure that it's going to be quality. Right now, I want to tell you, like as a part of the bureau, we are working with the two biggest data from the credit story, data from the insurance story, and everyone in this hall is somehow uh, people who are having this data. We kind of have stats like 23 millions of data signings, and we understand that this is a big volume, and the power of data, it's not only about the quantity but the quality of this data, and it affects the progress, the whole situation, how we're going to work with that. How our ecosystem looks right now, you can see on the screen. We don't have a lot of time to go deep in every element, but from the point of the products, the scorecards, everybody who was on the market, he know that we are writing it by ourselves, customized and based. We're mixing up all of this data from the credit and insurance markets, and we are analyzing all of this data which we have from the government. Right now, we started to write all of these API services to work with the API, and we're going to introduce it to the next year. We are thinking that this is one of our main jobs, to make sure that all of these insurance products will be simplified and will be more available, because we understand that all of these banking products are more known, but the insurance market is more about the necessary classes, and unnecessary classes are very insignificant share, and we understand that we have to develop that, and we understand we are not as fast as we wanted to be in these classes. Of course, there's a lot of the reasons, but at the same time, there should be simplicity to use this. So right now, the insurance market is very interesting for us. We understand that the banking field is very developed, and from the point of view of the frauds and everything. There's a social engineering is very developed, very good, but the insurance fraud, we should go deeper. It's more complicated, and we should understand where will be negative effect. Prepare the forecast. I think everybody right now use AI assistants, how you optimize your outcomes, your spendings, and of course we do it as well. All of these analytical dashboards, all of these analytical services, and in general, we are making this for the agency, for the national bank. We work with all of them, and that's why we're making these analytical cuts for the government as well, to be sure that as we're going to use that our dashboard is one of the main sources of this data. So data product our intellect on practically. What we can say about intellect of the data? Intellect data is the opportunity to see the future based on the historical data. If you know how to do this, if you know how to deal with this, and you can see this future, what's going on behind this data, and it's pretty easy when you know the technology, when you know the method. From everything we are using right now, my favorite are that in the 9 months we have more than 115 millions of requests from scoring. Can you imagine it? And scoring affects a lot of these areas. Scoring affects our customers, our clients, on their behavior. We have developed more than 22 types of the dashboards, as I told you before, and there are not a lot of the requests for the fraud, and we think it's a very good sign. If we have less of this fraud, it means that there's less problems with the security and with frauds. In general, anti-fraud center of the National Bank is developed very well, and furthermore in the payment systems, all of this new legislation which we have from the September of this year also will help to do this, and considering the MID and all of this, ministries which allow us to do this a little bit better. We understand that the work we've done is already good, and this will help for the government itself, for the regulators, for everyone, to make sure that the effect and the potential of the fraud will be less. API and all of these digital services is very important to speak that we are making this work win-win for the government. We're making more than 300 millions of requests from the government per year. It's a big volume, and our government at the same time ask us about the same quantity of the request. And can you imagine, this is the big process, and we have to monitor all of this situation, the behavior of the customers, and this affects our social life, the economical life, and possibility to create the further regulatory norms, further steps in economy, to be sure that we are forming something useful. And of course, this block is pretty linked to the credit market, and of course, we see a lot of interest from the government. Our perspectives of the development, of course, we are working on equality, we are protecting data. It's a number one topic for everyone who are working with data. It's extra necessary, and of course all of this data should work. We should bring value, and implementation of the explainable AI, what we've been hearing today from the Timur Muratovich, it should be transparent, it should be clear, and this will affect the trust for the data, trust for the market, and availability for the our customers, for our citizens. It should be very simple. Right now, you have two QRs. You should photo this. One is our chatbot for the physical person, and the second one is for the commercial use. At least we are having a push for everyone about the credits, and you can learn what's going on with your credit story. It's very simple. On eGov, you can also open up our beat about this credit story, and it's very simple to see your reports, to see your stories, and understand how it's work. And if you will have more interest about this, then we will develop more products to make sure that everything will be simple, clear, and trustful for government and trustful for us as the holders of your all of your data. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lenara Mansaeva. It's such a pleasure that you're always ready for this feedback from the market. The next question is going to be for Yerjan. We'd like to understand. Right now, we have talks with the government. Now, from your point of view, how is it going to affect the governments in the Alatau City Bank? You already have pretty good achievements in this year, and we would like to see and check the real business effect of everything you've been implementing. Thank you very much. I'm glad to greet you on this forum for all these experts, leaders, and people who are interested in this area for the fintech technology. In general, as all banks, we are setting task for us as quality, because we have this very important important task from the regulators, and it's very important to have avoid all of the sanctions and more serious actions from the government, and to increase the speed of the realization of the products, because everything is based on data.
Increasing some active clients number, because we understand our client very well, and also very important their personal data and the support of their data. Personalized banking and HALTV. This data is not some instrument, it's some active. So our platform governance will help us to effectively manage the data. It will tell about some examples how we initially uh, started it. We need some motivated employees. Uh, we have an agreement with the bank management that we need some employees who will work only in this project. We divided them into 4 groups: business glossary, data catalog, data quality, and data lineage. And all these processes were divided into 4 groups, and I see that there's a very good set of instruments. I believe that you will succeed in this sphere. And this is what we are discussing now. We should work with the internal and external sources. We should work with the some datas. We should set some ETL and ELT and use it, and also build some ML AI reports, and to show and to prove to everyone that this experience and work will be succeed in every way. On the 1st August of 2024 in the bank we have formed some management block. I think it's very clear for all of you, but I would like to share some short moments. At the end of the 24, we have attached some domain because it's for data governance services. We have selected open source solutions, but we should say that we have to customize. Also, we made some hierarchy of the data. We formed some data customer 360 system. We also formed some digital assistant who will help our employees, and also we have conducted all the checks in the third quarter of this year. We have organized also, and we have also prepared all the documents. All these attributes also is formed with the futures system. Till the end of this year, we will circulate it to all of our employees, and we will also show them how the culture of the data. This is the ongoing, continuing work which should be done every day. All the managers, all the new employees should know this data and should manage all this data according to the culture of the data. So, in conclusion, we have 19 data owners at the level of sale -1, sale -2. Now we are on the way to form KPI for our managers. For this work, we have spent 1.5 months. We have implemented data catalog, business glossary, and formed data lineage. Development and implementation of the process to data governance with the participation of data steward. And also we have linked to data governance 15 external source, and average our result that preparing data, time spent to preparing data decreased to 30%. Data lineage, you see here on the screen that we see the source of the information, we see the end users of this data and how it is formed, how it's calculated. It's very important in our work. all of the people are talking about it, and we got it, we understand it, that data is the base of all of the models of the data is the base for AI. We have more than 6 million clients. We are finding them quickly than it was previously. We have conducted more than 100 checks, and they are all done automatically, and reports are also done automatically. We are only giving them some instruments. All our personal data, investment data are embedded, and you see that the bank is the very big, vast data factory, and we have a lot of work to do with the data. And now I'd like to tell you that everyone is speaking about AI, but we have an experience to make clear, to make transparent system of our data on a base of tax and future stores. We have calculated that previously we formed models in 4 months, and now we do models in 2 weeks, and we give it to the testing for our partners, and we see that we are working more quicker, and now we have a plan for 5 years what type of products we implement, and we see our instruments, and we understand that the quality of data is very high, and this correlation, and we have shown it to our data owners and stewards. This is all for me. Thank you.
Ижан, спасибо большое. Я, как, наверное,
Iran, thank you very much. I understand how many work have you done for each of these digital, and it's very hard, and it's very hard to improve, how to show and to embed, and you see it's very expensive project, and maybe after 1 year or 2 years it will show its results. Next question to my colleague, Central Bank of Azerbaijan. Very interesting. What is going on in our colleagues with them in the framework of governance? Sadih, what are you doing now in data governance and AI? Thank you very much. Well, I would like to greet every one of you. Thank you for invitation. Thanks for Central Bank of Kazakhstan for invitation. I would like to explain data park of Central Bank of Azerbaijan. Now, Central Bank of Azerbaijan gives a lot of work to data department. Inside of it, we have data engineering, data scientists, data analytics, data operations, and data visualization. And the strategy on it, the Central Bank of Azerbaijan have shown the strategy for 2024 and 2025, and the development's financial sector strategy also seen. Also, we have some different strategy for 2024-25. It's a strategy of Central Bank of Azerbaijan, which will show how to develop management of data. In 2025 and 2029, subtech strategy is including RBS models, which is implementing in Azerbaijan. And also risk supervision models are also embedded now. Central Bank of Azerbaijan has implemented data governance. This project divided into 2 parts. On the management data governance, you have mentioned it also. Data governance is the project successfully is going on, and it's finishing. Now we have implemented some of the stages as data maturement assessment, data maturity assessment of all banks of Azerbaijan, not only central bank. We are also controlling all the market and checking all the market. And if we will see on the data government central bank of Azerbaijan at the end of this year, planning to implement some rules, methodology rules, how to cope up with the data, which will include some fintech and also other issues. At the end of the year, Azerbaijan will have some methodology on law, on using AI, using data. This will lead to not only all of the organizations and entities will use AI, but also there will be some regulations on using data, using AI, and it's very important. And it will improve all of the sector. If we will see some data implementing projects, all these governments on the world trend, in some cases, governance projects are not always successful. And if we will analyze why they didn't gain some success, because mainly it was done only for paper, it was done only in, for fun. And we are doing firstly and then writing some papers. That's the very important. If we are embedding some paper and also embedding some program, and they are correlating each other, and it means that the processes will be working. And then we are implementing it, piloting this project and working on it. It's very important. Data project is mainly process changing strategy and data transformation strategy, and it is leading to some changes in infrastructure of the bank. We have some technological solutions, and our bank is implementing some technological solutions. Data house solution POC has already done. This piloted project is on the way to be finished. And if you see some evolution of this project, it means that we can store all type of data here. If we will see, we will talk about AI part. Central Bank Azerbaijan is using AI at a very high scale. And I am talking not only about Central Bank of Azerbaijan, but also other banks and other departments of other banks are using AI. And we have data scientist department in Central Bank of Azerbaijan. And they are working on implementing. And also, firstly, we are trying to select use case and then implement in this use case some of the data strategies. For now, we have formed some methodology on a use case selection. We are looking and investigating the importance of each case. AI is implemented in several parts of our bank. And as I have seen your presentation, it was very useful. Yeah. On the implementing of internal chatbots, there are some active projects are ongoing, and it's more useful for business departments. AI is very useful in engineering part of our bank. If we are talking about engineering, we are talking about banking development. If we will see that there is some development project, there should be some documentation. And documentation on programming is conducted by AI. It is generated by AI. Also, code quality is very important. Is controlled by the and checked by the AI. And if we are talking about, I'm not willing to take a lot of time of you. We know that implementing AI starts with the data. If we don't have some right data, it's very hard to form some scenarios. Data governance, data lakehouse, and also other visualization data. And all of this data are format with AI use cases, which is format, yeah, and we can calculate from now how many hours have we economized for our IT specialist. This is my speech. This is what I wanted to tell. Thank you. I think further maybe we'll share our experience. It's very interesting. The specific of your market is a little bit different, and yeah, I'll invite you to Azerbaijan. Come to Azerbaijan, visit, please. Naramantaeva, please join us. Let us talk about data culture. And also, Yajan have mentioned this. All of us are CDO, and we are starting from CEO levels, and we are starting from some data stewards positions. It's very important to be inducted. Um, and all of our colleagues, of all our employees should know this data culture. Um, what is the maturity of data competence and AI competence? Are we ready for this? And we always heard that there is some lack of employees in that competence sphere. And then, Ajahn, thank you for your question. About the culture, we are developing systematically, and we are working more than 5 years. And in this system, we are communicating with all of the participants of this market. Of course, maturity is growing, but it doesn't mean that it's mature at all. It's different in some banking, in some retail, in some telecom sphere. All of these spheres are different, and we see that some movement are going through the maturity data culture, and we see a very good development of our culture, data culture. And you see that I would like to show some trends that we are developing. We should develop data leadership, and it should be fixed, it should be shown, it should be clear. And all of our colleagues are using this way. Not all of the market are using these structures. And now the new trend are that AI technology and the organization should be A ready in all dimensions of business, in some procurements, in some manufacturing, in some all business cases should be conducted into digital sphere, and it began to be some of the locomotive, some of the starter to expand their business. and a lot of people are willing to have AI ready company to communicate with AI ready company. The first thing, and the second thing, in my opinion, is develop some institutional approach to data management. It's some business function, and we are telling that it's important that the government should be a parent business function. It is not about IT, and it should be headed by not only some IT head of departments, but also this department should work not only for some of the reasons, but should be interrelated in all of the spheres. And institutionally, development not only inside the organization, but only inside the market and sphere. We have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of methodologies. We are also working on a DMBO we position DMBO as a leading document of using AI. And maybe it will have some decreasing moment when we will start to work in international scale. There were some positive cases where using which we can write some methodologies, but we have some framework, we will take some best practice, and we will make the same thing in the same field, but maybe somehow making somehow attachment to our company. And you see, it's some using AI is a very important, and everyone is using it, and AI is developing every 2 and 3 months, and we should be working on it. And the market is developing in this way, and we see that the methodology, Yerjan, he's from IT. In 1 year he has conducted some institutional approach to some methodology writing, and it's very important to have some ready methodology, and it should be adapted to your company. And all these technologies are discussed a lot, and a lot of companies has technologies, and they have some vendors custom solutions. And the third aspect will be culture. It's very the sphere where you should invest a lot of. Sometimes it was on a hype, sometimes it was just on a paper to implement some processes, but I see some other situation. It was some technological enthusiasm where the IT specialist came and asked, what should we do? Business is living in his world, and they doing some reports, and IT living in their digital world.
We already past this level. We are not on the zero level right now, and we have already processes, we have institutional approach, and we are ready to implement it as a function. That's why we need to invest to involve all of these mass businesses for the data gov history, to understand on the language of the business what kind of function is this, to attract all of these business people so they could implement it in their organization, so it wouldn't be a local implementation inside of the IT or some kind of the weird department, because AI right now is almost everywhere in any area. You can use it as a co-pilot, you can use it as Gen I, like in every field, in every department it's available. That's why we need to engage way more people in this data go, so they could understand how it's linked with all of these results, with all of this affection. And the whole trend is already here. The whole business gonna change. All of the businesses gonna change. It's gonna be more like prompt engineers and analytics. We all should be closer to that than for the classical analytics. And considering this, we have to invest a lot in this story to explain this on the business language, to make a marathons for the data governments, to explain them what they want to understand. They don't understand what we're gonna say them, what we're gonna explain them, because they don't see the value. That's why I need to explain them in their respective language, because sometimes like IT people, we do very beautiful work, but nobody understands that, and that's why we try to change this barrier, break it, and make all of the business people understand what we do, to raise this culture, to conduct all of these events, to create data leaders. And this is the main step we should make it, and that's why we are promote this as a part of our association. So, well, if frankly speaking, this is all. Thank you very much, Dima. Yeah, I know by myself that you are with full heart working on that to make it possible in the country. And the last question I would like to ask the Sidret. Sidret, you as a head of the analytical portal who provides all of these analytical dashboards and everything, what kind of the challenges you have? For example, right now you can have your questions for the people who provide this data. What kind of problems you have? What kind of solutions you see? Thank you very much. I appreciate this question. I'm really happy to see, to greet all of the colleagues. Yeah, exactly. We're already a group of companies, the Ranking KZ. We are working on a visualization of the data, and in general, we are in this business. We are one of the first who started to publicly publish all of this data, to create rankings, rates in the public area. But also we have the another side of this medal. Like we've been here by accident, and we've been making academic history of the data, collecting all of this data from different sources, and we just wanted to monetize this story in 2012. We can say that. But unfortunately, there was no demand on the market. It was not interesting for everyone, and we started to create a visualizations of the data in direction of the public analytics. And I'm happy that I'm here with the colleagues who are the first source of the data, BNS, for example, GHEB, for example, and we made an interesting case last year of the visualization data and research of the insurance market, because the insurance market is comparing to the banking one is very, 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 very weak at its discovery. According to the challenges here, everything is pretty classical. Like until this day, it's very hard to evaluate and calculate the demand of this data, to understand who will pay for that. Because all of this data, we have a lot of them, but at the same time, there are a lot of the questions for the quality of the data, how it's structured, and who needs what. Who needs which data? Because just to utilize the data to the market is a very primitive task, but we would like to make a more certain, more precise recommendations, because we are not the first source of this data. We are just middlemen who using this data, but at the same time we interpret them for in different forms and providing some kind of the consulting for the public analytics for our people. And this is what we do. This is like two chairs of us. On one hand, it's very important for us to communicate with these colleagues who are the first source of the data to understand how we're going to work with the government and businesses. That's why, according to the challenges, we can talk a lot about this, but in the era of the technological improvement of this AI and the techno stories, all of these tasks are solving pretty fast. And right now we are entering this competition with the implementation of the AI, and this is what we have. It's not going to be a synthetic solution. We want to have an added value, and to be sure that we're gonna work with that. We cannot say that we're gonna be AI friendly everywhere and we're gonna disrupt the market. On the other hand, we are just entering this story very slowly, very accurately, and we want to be very useful for our colleagues and partners. To be sure, so they could be very quality provide of this and of course to make it faster. This is what I want to say. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. On this note, we would like to finish this panel session. It's very interesting and glorious to understand how deeply you consider your work, and probably this is the first time on a fintech summit that we have a separate panel session and talk about it, because most of the time we are just meeting each other on some local data forums, and right now we are having this difficult path. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you, colleagues. And at the same time, we are providing appreciation for everyone who listened to this, because we see that the management of the data is certainly very important process. It's not just technological, it's very important for the trustful and social dynamics. Приглашаем, we are inviting everyone to create a photo, so we could make this, take it away with them, and it's important. Our forum is for networking. Let's have a moment for them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will see you later, and we are continuing the program of the forum. And right now, the transformation of the money, what we're gonna do about that, and this is gonna be our next topic because it's very important to discuss about it. Please stay in the audience. It's gonna be very interesting. So right now, I'm I'm inviting you for this discussion about modern and the future currencies of the future, how the social dynamic is going to work, who's going to be travel with this, and the fresh look on this is going to be provided by Kion Shin. So we are inviting you to jump in our online webinar by Kion Shin, Oxford University.
So let me know. Please stop me if you cannot see my screen. It seems like it's working, so I'll just go ahead. Um, let me just make sure that okay, all right. So yeah, good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to be part of this year's Central Asia FinTech Summit. It's my pleasure to address a room that brings together, so many of the people actually shaping the future of finance, including, of course, central bankers, regulators, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders who sit really at the intersection of policy and innovation. I'm Keyang, and I do research on financial innovation at Oxford University's Said Business School. At the Oxford Future of Finance and Technology Initiative within Said Business School, where I work, we look at how financial systems evolve when new technologies meet institutions. Some of the topics we cover include financial inclusion, AI and data-driven innovation, open banking, data in regulated industry, and digital money. Um, so I guess I'm being interpreted right now. So let me know if I'm too fast or too slow. Yeah, please feel free to stop me anytime if there's any issue. And today I'm going to talk about some of our ongoing research on digital money, which I'm working on with these collaborators, Professor Pinar Oskan and Dr. Camila Nigmachulina. Few questions capture financial innovation better than the future of money itself. For centuries, the act of creating, moving, and safeguarding money was primarily the responsibility of central banks and licensed institutions. But over the past decade, new digital architectures, from blockchain to tokenization, have really begun to redraw those boundaries. This is not only a technological disruption, but it's also an institutional turning point. And it challenges how we think about trust, how we think about authority and collaboration, which are three foundations of any monetary system. So today I'd like to unpack this transformation through an ecosystem perspective. There are many stakeholders in this ecosystem, as you can see on the slide. But for the purpose of my talk today, we'll look at two key groups of actors, central banks and private sector innovators. And then we'll consider what their interaction means for everyone else in the financial ecosystem. And I'll close with a few reflections on where this convergence might lead and what lessons we can draw from history. Over the 15 years or so, the world has seen an explosion of digital asset experimentation. The first wave began with cryptocurrencies, which proved that a community could, or at least in theory, create and maintain a monetary system without a state. The second wave came when large technology firms explored issuing their own forms of digital currency, which highlighted just how quickly payment and monetary functions could move outside of traditional banking infrastructure. We saw this from the example of Facebook's Libra at that time. These developments surprised policymakers for a reason. They demonstrated that the monopoly over money was no longer purely institutional. It had become technological. The response was swift across advanced and emerging economies alike. Central banks began exploring central bank digital currencies or CBDCs. What started as cautious research projects soon became pilots and cross-border experiments. And today, more than 100 jurisdictions are in some stage of exploration. And I'm sure most of you are quite familiar with the map that I'm showing on the screen right now, which is from the Atlantic Council CBDC tracker. Meanwhile, private actors have continued to push ahead with stablecoins and tokenized deposits, adding layers of innovation that often move faster than regulation can follow. We now have a world in which both public and private initiatives coexist and overlap and occasionally collide as well. It's less of a battle, but more of a complex ecosystem where each actor's choices shape the evolution of the whole. So let's start with the public side of that ecosystem, the central banks. For generations, central banks have occupied a position of unquestioned authority, right? They issue legal tender, they guarantee stability, and they anchor public trust. Digital innovation has not removed those responsibilities from central banks, but it has forced a rethink of how to uphold them in an environment that is faster, that is more decentralized, and increasingly borderless. And from a global perspective, we can see three broad patterns in how central banks are responding to this challenge. The first response could be called institutional maintenance, which can be characterized by its focus on preserving stability by drawing firm boundaries. These central banks view unregulated digital assets primarily as a risk to consumer protection and monetary control. Their strategies center on protection, such as tightening supervision, issuing public warnings, and limiting direct exposure to unsupervised crypto activity. This approach reflects a legitimate concern, right? When public trust in money has been built over decades, sudden experimentation, such as cryptocurrencies, can be destabilizing. These institutions aim to protect credibility and ensure that innovation does not erode confidence in the financial system by reinforcing existing rules. Maintenance is not necessarily about being anti-innovation. I'm not saying central banks pursuing institutional maintenance are not interested in innovation at all. But it can be about sequencing change to ensure that when new forms of money arrive, they do so within a stable institutional framework. A second group follows what we might call institutional adaptation. They acknowledge that the landscape is changing and choose to engage with it directly, but in a measured and experimental way. They pilot CBDCs, they launch regulatory sandboxes, or they collaborate with fintech firms under close supervision. They use these experiments to understand user behaviors, technology performance, and policy implications before scaling further. This adaptive mindset treats innovation as a learning process rather than a binary choice. And that allows central banks to stay close to emerging trends. They can also gather data and build technical capability over time, all without abandoning their critical mission of ensuring stability. I'll say it's a middle path, not resisting change, but not surrendering control either. It's about learning fast while maintaining trust. And finally, there are central banks pursuing institutional transformation that see digital currencies as a strategic opportunity to modernize their role and to lead. They're developing comprehensive digital finance strategies that link CBDCs with national payment modernization strategies, financial inclusion and cross-border integration. Some are participating in multi-country experiments coordinated through the Bank for International Settlements or BIS and other forums to test new forms of settlement infrastructure. These efforts go beyond experimentation. They signal a shift from merely reacting to disruption towards shaping the architecture of the digital monetary system of the future. Transformation means viewing innovation not as an external threat, but as a tool for public sector leadership. And at Oxford, we are currently developing some case studies of central banks and their partners across these three response pathways, including the ongoing work with the National Payments Corporation of Kazakhstan. And through this collaboration, we've been learning how Kazakhstan is actively positioning itself as a regional leader in digital finance, experimenting thoughtfully while building strong institutional foundations. This upcoming case study will highlight how NPCK and the National Bank of Kazakhstan are shaping the next generation of payments infrastructure, and we look forward to sharing those insights in the near future. And across these three responses of maintenance, adaptation, and transformation, there's one conclusion that emerges. Central banks are not withdrawing from innovation, but they are renegotiating their boundaries. And this is where collaboration with the private sector becomes critical because no single institutions can govern this transition alone. So now let's look at the private sector side of the equation. Over the past few years, stablecoins and tokenized deposits have really demonstrated remarkable agility. They have shown that it's possible to design payment systems that operate 24/7 across borders and at low cost. However, they've also revealed some vulnerabilities from governance failures to unclear reserves, which reminds us why financial innovation and regulation must evolve together. So at first glance, CBDCs and stablecoins appear to represent opposite logics, right? So one is state-backed and driven by public objectives, and the other is market-driven and shaped by user demand. But in practice, the relationship is not purely competitive, but it's interdependent. We can think of this as a co-opetition, which is a blend of cooperation and competition. So on the cooperation side, stablecoins help validate the global demand for digital fiat-linked assets, effectively paving the way for CBDC exploration. Many CBDC designs are, drawing on technical foundations that emerged from stablecoin ecosystems, while stablecoins may ultimately, rely on CBDCs as high-quality settlement assets. And in many jurisdictions, stablecoins have served as real-world testbeds that allow policymakers to learn quickly before introducing public sector digital currencies and scale their CBDCs. But at the same time, there's competition too. They both aim to become trusted forms of digital money for payments, remittances, and potentially even cross-border settlements, right? Central banks naturally want to preserve monetary sovereignty, while stablecoins introduce privately issued alternatives. And both sides are innovating on programmability, interoperability, and more efficient settlement models. So the relationship is not rivalry, I would say. It's a form of co-opetition, simultaneous competition, and collaboration that collectively pushes the digital money ecosystem forward. Um, History shows us when new forms of money emerge, they rarely remain outside the system for long. They tend to follow a familiar pattern. So early innovation, which leads to rapid growth, which leads to moments of fragility, and then eventual integration into the formal financial architecture. A useful example comes from the 19th century free banking era when private banks issued their own notes, typically backed by gold or silver. This expanded financial access, but it has created a fragmented landscape where trust varied widely. Recurrent crises, they ultimately pushed many jurisdictions toward greater centralization and laid the foundations for modern central banking. There's a similar story from the 20th century, which is money market funds. Money market funds provided deposit-like liquidity outside traditional banking regulation, and they grew extremely quickly. But the 2008 crisis exposed their vulnerabilities, which really prompted tighter oversight and effectively drew them into the regulatory perimeter. When we look at today's digital currencies, stablecoins, we can see echoes of this same trajectory. Private innovation is moving fast and testing the boundaries of existing frameworks. And just like previous waves of monetary innovation, we are already seeing some, early stages of a cycle that moves from experimentation to learning to eventual integration into a more coordinated, more centralized system. So what does all of this mean for the actors in the represented, for the actors represented in the room? So for central banks, the implication is that treating private sector experimentation as a source of insight might be a good approach. Set standards early, especially around interoperability and consumer protection, and engage internationally to prevent fragmentation. Commercial banks can explore how tokenization and distributed ledger technologies can enhance settlement and liquidity management. Partnerships with both fintechs and public authorities can help stay central in this new ecosystem. For fintechs and technology firms, establishing credibility will be very important. Transparency, compliance, and strong governance will increasingly be differentiators in a crowded field. And lastly, for regulators and international institutions, collaboration is essential, I'll say. The financial geography of Central Asia offers a chance to design cross-border frameworks that could become global models for efficiency and inclusion. So this momentum offers an opportunity for Central Asia. Um, this is a shared transformation, and its benefits will depend on how well these different key stakeholders learn from one another and move forward together. That's it. Thank you so much for your attention. And there's my email address and my collaborators' email addresses as well. So please feel free to reach out if you have any thoughts, comments, questions, or even collaboration opportunities. Yeah, thank you so much.
Құрметті қонақтар, қадірлі форумға қатысушылар.
Dear participants, if you have some questions, please share these questions, ask them via email. Do you have any questions to Liu Qion Shi? Okay, let us continue further. Thank you, Mr. Kirshen. Developing talent, a new model of employee competencies in the age of artificial intelligence. We will discuss how artificial intelligence will lead to the changes in employee relationship. The development of technology always goes with the development of other structure, AI, automatization, digitalization. It is not only about the knowledge, but also the new culture of seeing, and also it will lead us to react quickly, to move quickly, and the educational institute's role changes through the time. And what is the digital literacy? when the borders between the different professionals are hidden. So the moderator will be Jumasheva Altnaya Nurlanova, Director of the Department of Organization and Development and Transformation of GSC National Payment Corporation.
а также участники
And also
Топпергенова Шолпан
Topirgenova Shulpan
Тугельбаева, директор
Tuyelbaevna, Director
Департамента
of the
развития
Department of Human
человеческого
Capital
капитала
Development of the
Национального
National Bank
банка
of the Republic of
Республики Казахстан.
Kazakhstan. Alina Abdurrahmanova, co-founder YASA International Institute. And also Zauria Rozmat, founder of the media startup Destapa. Let's continue our panel session. Let us check the sound. I am very glad to see you before the beginning. I will say that it will be very beautiful panel session. The organizers asked us to wait because some timetable has moved. We are starting our panel session on the lunchtime, and now people are selecting between our session and the lunch. And the very actual question, which is interesting for all of us, how people should change. What type of competence should people have in this era? We are discussing a lot about AI, but what about the self-development? What should we do? And now we invited the people who are responsible for policy, culture, ecosystem of our market. And we want to discuss and we want to define what we need from the people, from the employees of this era. Let us start with the Shulpan Tuyelbaevna. You have conducted several transformations, and you are the starter of economy of Republic of Kazakhstan. What are we expecting from the employees nowadays? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's very big pleasure to see you in the Day of Financist in Kazakhstan. Last year it was in October, and this year it's in November. Everyone can be a part of this financial world. I wish you a stable financial term. This year I am participating for the second time. Thank you for our entities that it's very interesting themes are arising, and it's very important. I'm here not only to discuss but also to present, and we are working in some state governmental organizations. That's why we are used to show some presentations. We are developing talents and new technological reality format right now. AI changing the process and the nature of the professions. 70% of companies already are implementing Gen AI solutions, Corn Ferry. 80% of employees automatize part of their function and processes in AI, McKinsey and company, for example. And we see that it's the very important, and this percentage we have obtained from our partners, and which made some interesting cases. What remains unchangeable with implementing AI. So machines are analyzing, people are analyzing. A lot of people think that we will be without work, we will dismiss from our work. But in this slide, I want to show what is irresistible, what is unchangeable. Yeah, of course, machines are analyzing, they are forecasting some algorithms, but the person, employee will manage it, will think about it. Today's very popular work about defining base rate of Republic of Kazakhstan, and Timur Muratovich answered that only people, only person, employee can make a right solution. And the strength of the human is in the depths of his thinking. Top 6 competence which will be actual despite the fact of development of AI. Everyone are thinking, what am I doing good? What can I do when the AI will be implemented everywhere? I think that everyone has its own strengths and has its own work. Here we will see 6 competences. First, it's the quality of the solutions in the conditions of inconsistency. It's on the some intuitive way, and they are collecting data and they are making some right decisions. The next, ethics, transparency, and making some trust issues, making some trust. And the trust in finance is very important. And ethics of the person should be always here. AI is good, of course, but he will not involve in your issues. He will be transparent. He will give you right information. The third competence is the networking of the human. In networking, not all of the products will be implemented, and you will see that some of us are met before in the work, and some of us are here meeting each other on this summit. This is the very good place to meet, to exchange our opinions, thoughts, experience is very important. And we have mentioned unique QR.
И вот пообщавшись, возможно, и здесь, и на других площадках, мне кажется, вот нетворкинг очень важен. Четвертое – это лидерство и наставничество. Наставничество сейчас уже переходит где-то вот в такую вот роль, большую играть. Даже это не роль, это даже функция такая, то, что много нужно переучиваться. Как раз Умар Шаяхметова сейчас тоже говорила о том, что они внедрили у себя лидеры обучают лидеров. Мне кажется, что это тоже классная программа. Я в каждой речи находила где-то сопоставление, где-то мачала то, что говорили наши сегодня спикеры, и то, что действительно в этой презентации есть. Пятая компетенция – стратегическое мышление. О ней я тоже уже сказала ранее. То, что анализ данных предоставляет искусственный интеллект, но стратегическое мышление остается за человеком, и эта компетенция очень важна. Шестое – это проактивное освоение новых знаний. Здесь мы должны учиться все, и руководители, и специалисты. Если какая-то профессия может быть заменена искусственным интеллектом, возможно перестраиваться и возможно проходить обучение. Очень много платформ для этого. Но здесь что важно? Очень много онлайн, допустим, курсов, которые ты можешь пройти, посмотреть, обучение на YouTube-каналах, для кого-то, для какого-то поколения, может, это и TikTok, но роль самого наставника, она очень важна. Ты должен передать, как работать с этим, какие эмоции, и многие же учатся именно на своих, скажем так, идеалах, лидерах, те, которые для них в свою какую-то в определенный период жизни сыграли роль, и вот наставничество, вот лидерство, наставничество, 4-я компетенция, 6-я, они где-то пересекаются. Многие элементы старой модели компетенций больше не актуальны. Вот вчера у нас было то, что процессы и механическую работу выполнял человек, и сегодня, и даже завтра уже эти процессы будет осуществлять искусственный интеллект и роботы. И человек уже сам видит контекст и связи, он проявляет эмоциональный интеллект, понимает все задачи, цели, к чему он стремится и как он будет реализовывать. Ну, картинка может быть не самая красивая, но ее создал искусственный интеллект. Мы задали параметры, что будет такой-то слайд, пожалуйста, нарисуй. То есть он здесь нам тоже помог. Нарисовал, была вначале одна картинка с мужчиной, тоже в красном галстуке. Мы сказали, сессия такая, где участвуют девушки, и мы ее немного поменяли. Какие традиционные компетенции теряют ценность под воздействием искусственного интеллекта? Здесь мы выделили 4, может быть, конкретно на каждой останавливаться не будем. Я проговорю, это техническая рутина, экспертиза, операционные навыки, то, что вот это микроменеджмент, который был, и фокус на скорости выполнения задач. Ну и, конечно, то, что вот узкая техническая специализация у работников, о чем я сказала, возможно сейчас, конечно, проходить профориентационные курсы, другие переучиваться, возможностей сейчас для этого много. И мы сейчас гибридные компетенции, человек плюс машина, как раз работаем все над этим, и для руководителей в особенности очень важно, чтобы вот был такой симбиоз, вместе работала машина и человек, и все понимали, что машина нам, искусственный интеллект, наоборот, в помощь. Какие компетенции обрели ценность в тек-эпоху? Мы выбрали 6, здесь, ну, даже специально мы применили как раз английские аббревиатуры, которые наиболее, наверное, точно отражают AI collaboration, это взаимодействие с искусственным интеллектом, data literacy, грамотность в работе с данными, оценка искусственного интеллекта, здесь алгоритмов, этичное и осознанное управление искусственного интеллекта, learning agility, обучение в цифровую эпоху и system thinking. И здесь у нас change leadership for AI и psychological safety. Получается, что лидерство в изменениях очень тоже важная составляющая, и мы как раз-таки делаем акцент именно вот на этих компетенциях, и, конечно, больше я не стала, 6, которые уходят, 6, которые остаются, и, допустим, и здесь 6, которые очень важны на сегодня. Ну и то, что было вчера, ну, как вы поняли, опять картинка создана искусственным интеллектом. Операторы колл-центра, допустим, часами раньше отвечали, да, на наши типовые вопросы. Мы создавали даже у каждой, я думаю, организации это есть. И когда какие-то госуслуги получали и получаем сейчас, есть с чем сравнить. Ну, ты звонишь, может быть, это и не всегда приятно, когда тебя приветствует консультант и говорит, и вы переключаете несколько раз эти кнопочки, но насколько вот типовые задачи действительно решаются благодаря искусственному интеллекту. Как раз вот на той первой сессии сегодня Мадина Ярсыловна сказала, 10 тысяч запросов в месяц приходит в агентство финансового регулирования. И благодаря тому, что они внедрили уже искусственный интеллект, что он различает, классифицирует эти вопросы. В основном же они типовые, и для людей, чтобы было вот полегче работать, сейчас вот и тон речи подбирался, там, зависело от настроения, это же, ну, очень сложно, мы же звоним не для того, чтобы поблагодарить, мы же звоним для того, чтобы что-то узнать, и когда нам что-то непонятно, все запутано, получается, что, мне кажется, было очень сложно работать этим людям. Сегодня и ассистенты, и голосовые, и текстовые обрабатывают стандартные запросы мгновенно, вежливо, оставляя человеку только сложные случаи. Иногда даже их вежливость, раньше, если тебя их грубость напрягала, сейчас их вежливость немного напрягает. Ну, это как раз-таки такая эпоха у нас сейчас идет. Здесь мы со своими коллегами, это не лично мое изобретение, постарались как раз-таки собрать метакомпетенции в эпоху искусственного интеллекта. Мы попросили вначале, чтобы нам ChatGPT где-то помог, но он не смог, не справился с этой задачей. И мы объединили, да, здесь аббревиатура Mindset, Empathy, Thought и Action. Из 4 здесь составляющих метакомпетенции, ну, то есть это компетенции над компетенциями, можно так сказать, немного тавтология, но она действительно так. То есть и те 6 компетенций, о которых мы говорили, она как раз-таки вот в каждом. Аналитические и технологические компетенции здесь, и взаимодействие с искусственным интеллектом, грамотность в работе с данными, способность осваивать новые инструменты, человеческие, это этичное и осознанное управление искусственным интеллектом, коммуникация, убеждение, лидерство в изменениях, стратегическое мышление, оценка искусственного и алгоритмов, принятие решений и комбинируя данные и ценностные критерии. И наши действия, то есть какие действия, они, конечно, результативными должны быть. Это метаобучение в цифровую эпоху, проектирование процессов, где ИИ уже исполнитель. Мы должны учиться не у машин, мы должны учиться вместе с машинами. И умение доводить.
It's very important to learn, not from the machine, from other people as well. And it's an absolutely human thing, and we should change that and do this. And thank you very much for inviting us for this panel session. I'm thinking I'm here on behalf from all of our bank, and we've been discussing with colleagues what we should do here, what should we explain over here, and it's actually our action plan as well. And today I made several references. Nobody paid paid to me from the first session. I did it for free, did it by myself. But when people ask how much, what kind of programs implementing right now, we couldn't see the whole picture. But when the moderator raised this question, it was less than 50%, and I believe this ratio should be increased, it should grow, and it's very important for us to develop coaching, the mentorship, TOT, training of trainers. And on behalf of the National Bank, we already created this, we're already making this and developing it. So all of the trainers here, we already have this. Not only as a professionals, they can share their knowledge, but also as the regular users. So now the partnership of the institutions for the KBTU, for example, we did this, and Astana IT, Nazarbayev University, we working with them as well. It's the main 4 universities right now who we have in partnership. Also, we try to work with the Alma U with them, and we're gonna have webinars over there. But because we are located in Astana, we are mostly working with Astana universities. But we also open it to work and communicate with the local universities here in Almaty, because we have already expertise how we working with this personal, how we hiring our employees. It's very important, and you should understand that it's demanded very well. So we would like to influence all of these universities so they can change their educational program and create this new wave of the specialists. For example, demand in the first year was only 23 pupils. On the next year it was 26, and nowadays we have 81 pretendants to have this grant to learn in this field. So our workers already understand by themselves. I can see like a lot of people from cybersecurity department of the digital technologies, like John already told about you before me, and we made a lot of the leaning towards IT block. But since last year, it's HR employees as well, from the payment systems as well. Everybody interested in it, and when they're making their own projects in this direction, we're already using it in our work. So thank you very much. Probably it was a little bit more than I supposed to do this, but thank you very much for staying. I understand, like, the time is precious. Thank you very much. So I'm asking everyone to stay here, to have a communication with everyone in a non-formal environment. And Alina, the next question is for you. I'm using these tools. I didn't know that I'm going to say it in my age. It's not about learning and remember. It's all about having different type of thinking. how you should be in work. I'm glad I'm gonna definitely enter the education process in your team. Tell me how the artificial intelligence changed the educational field, how it's changed, and how we can speak about stable competencies if the technologies are changing rapidly and faster than the whole educational program. Thank you very much for this very complex and complicated question. We are all in the education field looking for the answers for this question, and thanks to Shulpan we already have several answers for these questions. So in my performance in my speech, I would say more about my mistakes, what we made, what worked, what didn't work. YASA is education, is institution which focused for executive management, from middle management and top management. So until the last years, I was the managing partner of the Kazakh British universities, and we've been working with bachelors, so it's a different audience. And right now we are developing a tech platform for the universities, so it's going to be AI University white label. And for us, the question how we can use AI in education is very, very sensitive question, very actual. And the AI is a tool. We should remember that. Sometimes, as internet made a revolution, the same revolution makes AI. It strengthens what we have at strong and makes weak parts more weakened. And that's why we have to pay attention for that and a very close look. If we speak about education and the learning process, it's more about how we can perform all of this information, how we can word it, and what are the most popular tools to do so. So it's data-driven learning. Whenever we analyze the behavior of the student to get it for his style, even we have this AI generation. Somebody wants to, it's more chill. Somebody wants to a beautiful girl to explain on this topic. Somebody wants a man and everything. Somebody wants to have it ma'am. And all of the big ed tech companies, we try to analyze all of these competencies and data to make an approach very close to the student, what works and what doesn't work. The second one is AI simulation, and it's working in finance. This been making since a very long time, and I've been studying in Switzerland on a we made it on a simulator since that time, can you imagine? And right now here is very cool that we can take a try of ourselves in almost real situations. But the weak part is that the simulators don't have a lot of the situation that might appear in a real life. And the next part is the personalized content. So a lot of the researchers say there's not going to be some specific qualities in the future. It's not going to be separate finances, separate marketer. So everything is going to be like for your skills and what you can do. And in the end, you're going to be a person with skills which develop it according to his educational program. So we don't know how it's going to work that. A lot of universities are very skeptic about that. But at the same time, we still try to do this micro learning with these TikTok videos with a very short amount of time for education, and it's working like a gamificated. So it's like a edutainment right now, education plus entertainment. So it's more than entertainment nowadays. And in all of these technologies, there are big plus. The whole process becoming more engaging. Like when we've been learning, it was like 2 hours lessons, and it was hard to survive there. So right now we have this kind of the dopamine simulation for everyone, and probably new generation will not receive this information without this simulation. So now we should consider this data-driven education, personalization, and here is a big trap. The whole thing that our brain is formed until 30s probably, And when the student, we try to analyze him, where his weakness is, where his strong part, it's not objective. It probably we can calculate that he has talents for finance, but most likely it's probably because he didn't discover for himself other areas. That's why AI makes narrow his mindset, and it's changed because algorithm decided this. um, that's why we want to do this, and it doesn't have a lot of context, and this is the big trap. Besides that, if we will optimize our content for the willings of the student, we will get rid of the things like critical thinking and social skills. For example, in our university, there is a necessary subjects to provide people with the soft skills, to provide them with the understanding of the context. But unfortunately, AI might think that it's not necessary and just get rid of that. So that's why we're trying to make this very narrow, focused specialist. So the secondary important moment, the simulation is not equal to the reality. So everyone who already tried this, it's different, and in real cases, it's different from the simulation. So here we can see this trap.
And also, I would like to say that there are some cognitive overloading among the students because gaining some knowledge is becoming a game. And have you tried Duolingo application? It's like a game. You were just trying to gain some new scores, but at the end of the day, you don't remember new words because you were aiming to have new scores, to have more scores, but you forgot that you should gain knowledge. That's why that's the strength of the some traditional universities where you will have your lecturer, where you have your teacher who is motivating you with his brightest mindset, with his brightest experience. That's very important. When we will see the trans 85% of the students, they are uh, selecting the classical universities. That's why I would like to tell in the conclusion, AI is the instrument, very important instrument. It will improve the quality of knowledge, but don't forget that technology will lead not only some advantages but also disadvantages. And now it's very important to universities, to higher educational organizations, not to be uh, not to be in love with the university, not to be involved in it, because I got it because it's very cheap. It's very cheap to have AI instead of teacher. But don't forget that when we are using some technologies, the main should be people, person, not using AI or economizing money. Thank you. I recommend all of you to have a conversation with Alina. And yesterday you have a meeting with the YASA International Institute had a guest from the Harvard University students, and they are meeting each other. And the this student, he graduated a lot of years ago, and he's the head of the businessman's. And it's very incredible that you have very good experience. I'm so sorry. It seems like a advertisement. Zaure Ozmat. So step awards. It's the award in the sphere of creativity, and it is an instrument of motivating youngsters to make some different projects in science, in literature, in IT, not only in art. And this sphere, the creative sphere, is a new economy. And AI, when we look at the AI, we think that AI will make art disappear, but I think AI will help to expand to our art. What are you thinking about AI and art in Kazakhstan in our time? Yeah, I think I am the only creator here. I am the only artist here. We had different emotions, senses. For artists, AI was like something that will make us disappear. But now I will tell you that the problem not in but the problem is in lack of opinion of the artist. The artist, if the artist will not see the pictures, will not see the nature, you see that we have a Higgsfield project in Kazakhstan. It's unicorn. It became a unicorn this year. And despite the fact that AI is using widely, but we still need some good artists, some good script writers. Previously, of course, we even didn't imagine this to ourselves. I have a team, journalist team, and we use AI, and it really makes our work quicker. For example, in one video, we yes, like previously, we were working on video in weeks, months. Producers always make us to hurry up. And you see the Museum of Arts on Al Farabi Street. There was a problem that we haven't access to have a photo as a journalist. We wanted to show about the museum to our followers. We even didn't have a drone, and we had some of the photos in the threads, Instagram and TikTok of this Almaty museum. We used a video with the help of Higgsfield in several seconds, and it was a video. I didn't show it for today. Maybe you'll see on your Instagram. Uh, Higgsfield formed in 5 minutes video from 3 photos, and it was so realistic. So the team of Smagulov, Nurlan, and they called us and they said, we didn't give you permission to take a photo or video. We said we only took only 3 photos from your Instagram account, and that's all. So AI is the very important to how to use it. Of course, it's not ethic to use someone's photos and not point it out the authors. But the idea and concept was from us. We were the author of this video, and we were not sitting and then decided to create this video. Is just an instrument for an artist, and I was very impressed of the Yıldız Bakhtiozyan'a. She made a very realistic films, cinemas, uh, documental films with the help of AI, and it's very important on some social issues. If it was with the some classical artist, she maybe will have filmed this films about 1 year, but she said that she wrote the script and then she formed this film in 1 week. It's quite near to impossible to understand that it's some AI. It's the question not only our opinion but also how to use AI. Firstly, our team, journalist team, was frightened because they were thinking that we will dismiss them with the AI. They were afraid that they will be dismissed. Let us, and then I asked them to use AI. I made them believe that I will not dismiss them. I was insisting on having some education in using AI. Don't be afraid of being dismissed. Please start to educate, start to learn, to expand your knowledge. Because the competence of each person should be growing from year to year. You see, Hicksfield is a creator's application which is developed by schoolboys, and it became a unicorn. And you see, it is not a fintech application. It's not a fintech project. It's the very, very interesting field. And now they developed some project for the G generation and who are involved in the technology, and they said that they have 10 million downloads in the applications and 100 users who pay for the monthly payment. What can I say? If you have some business or some projects which needs some creative approach, don't forget to use AI and creators, the employees themselves, because among the AI we always have an artist. Among the AI they have some artists. Always don't forget that designers, some creators, directors of the cinemas, they can develop quickly. Yeah, previously we couldn't do some website. We had to have some developer, designer who's not so talented, but now you can write it by yourself easily. Of course, it is no need to explain the importance of AI. For example, previously we had 10 artists on 1,000 person. Now it's more with the use of AI. Thank you. If we will conclude everything that we have discussed, yeah, AI can frighten us. AI can make us quicker, make us expand our abilities, and always helps us. That's why I hope our panel session will impress you to start some project with the help of AI. Thank you to all of you. It's very, very good panel session. Let us have some conversation. Let us have later. Thank you, moderator. Thank you to speakers. Let us make a photo.
Выражаем благодарность Алтынай Нурлановне и всем участникам панели за глубокий разговор о развитии человеческого капитала.
Dear participants, dear guests, our discussion on our today's day was very fruitful for our. We hope you liked it. Dear guests, now it's time to have some lunch. Very inspiring speeches, very fruitful discussions. You can discuss later. Now we have a coffee break. We invite you to the coffee break. And the next session will be started at 14. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, we are happy to see you again.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, дорогие участники, мы рады видеть вас снова. Надеемся, вы успели отдохнуть и
We hope you had a very good time, you had a very good rest. Today's morning gives us a lot of ideas and a lot of food to think, starting from financial institutes to the competence of the employee in the modern life. And now we'll talk about new modern financial infrastructure, organization and movement to the transparent ways of financial organization. This meeting is the bridge between entities, between organizations, and also in this bridge we see a lot of discussions. So next discussion will be digital financial securities. It's not something new, but it's an instrument that will change the financial market. A few years ago, token was just one of the example of the digital securities, and it was interesting for the investors and users. How digital activities will change the financial system? What ability do we have? And where is the board between innovation and risk? Moderator of the next panel, Nurhat Kushimov, General Manager of Binance, Kazakhstan. Damir Talgat, Director of Alternative Platforms Regulation at AFCA. Arlen Moldabekov, Head of the Payment System Policy Department of the Payment System and Digital Financial Technologies Department of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Bakay Madebayev, Vice President of Consulting Business Development at MasterCard. Marat Faridov, Senior Analyst, DeFi Group and Digital, SS Moody's Ratings. Almat Dushan. Expert in strategy and transformation of the financial sector and crypto technologies, Natalia Rominska. Welcome to everyone. We start our panel discussion. Hello. I want to welcome to everyone who survived after lunch. I would like to congratulate with the Financist Day and the National Tenge Day. This is very important for the history of our country and for all of us. Let me start our discussion. Before starting questions to our speakers, I would like to add that some of the interest facts. The first fact, today's capitalization of the market in digital cryptocurrencies, 3.4 billion dollars. It's the GDP of Italy, for example, or economy of France, $3.4 billion. It's very serious data. It means that the cryptocurrency became the very good part of our economy. Total capitalization of unstable coins is more than $250,000. And of course, stable coins stopped to be some speculative instrument, but it's a part of the payment and financial structure. Bitcoin has been is more expensive than Amazon's securities. Nowadays, we see that this type of digital activities as some screening time, and and also they have some more experience, more important. A lot of treasury institute, big corporations they are used as an payment instrument. XRP today is the leader in trans-bordering payments, and it is used in more than in millions, 3 billions per day. Nowadays, some digital currencies stop to be some experiment, but is more dominating position in the financial infrastructure of the country. And the very important factor is the regulating and how the country will regulate it, and how the government gives some opportunity to develop. USA allowed to use Bitcoin and another electronic currency. That's why a lot of people come in as an investors to USA, and of course, retail investors are gaining some income. In Brazil, they allowed integration between Pix, Binance Pay. That will lead to they were allowed to have some payments in crypto currency. More than 60,000 people are using cryptocurrency. This is one of the facts that I would like to share with you before asking some questions. Some of the aspects I would like to say. So, what is the is it an experiment or it's just a part of the system? Today we have some balance, and the regulator and the business are involved in it, and we can discuss the question from the different points.
So the first question to the National Bank, we would like to know what kind of the pilot projects you have right now, what are you testing, and we gotta understand how we can implement in our businesses as well. So please tell us what kind of expectations you have from the side of the financial regulator for this regulatory business. Thank you very much for this question. Yeah, as you know, on the 1st of June, we already made this regulatory field under the National Bank of Kazakhstan, and already after 4.5 months, already 14 projects have been approved, and until the end of the year, we are expecting that more projects will start working. First of all, it says that the government is very open for the innovations and all of the similar projects. And the secondary thing, that the market is ready. They are interested, they show the demand, and I just want to know, I just want to highlight this regulatory field. It's like a blacksmith of the different actives and different projects. For example, like Solana, global exchanges like Binance, Bybit, already here, and international paying systems like Visa, Mastercard. Our local banks are active participants of this market, and new fintech companies, new fintech startups, and now it's work for this. It couldn't be. It's a very happiness for us that our main objective is approbation, test of the new business models, new hybrid instruments, new tools for the digital actives, digital securities, to make sure that in future then we're gonna have this database. We could pick the most effective and the most perspective things and best cases, best practices, which will affect the market and the industry in general. For example, stable coins, like what a thing. The tokenization of the real actives like gold, metals. So we all witnessing it everywhere. For example, digital securities. It's now tokenized. uh, Digital cryptocurrency, the exchange of the cryptocurrency, QR crypto exchange. Whenever we have this payment, the liquidity of the cryptocurrency is going to the tenge on exchange rate. This is very active, and we believe it's gonna bring more results. Thank you. Thank you, Arlen. Also, I would like to hear opinion of another regulator from FSA,
Также есть регуляторные.
and AFSA also has the symmetry thing, lab as we can say, and Binance already felt it on themselves.
Песочницы. И хотелось бы понять, как сегодня оценивает переход, да, так скажем, от пилотного режима.
We would like to learn how AFSA evaluates this transition to the digital era and what they have in their vision. Damir, please. Thank you, Nurhat. Well, in general, according to the evaluation, we can say everything is good, everything is innovative, systematic, very productive. I think we are really, really, really ahead in this field, so we will say everything working good. Now we have fully working crypto exchanges. They all work in that with this retail customers, functional class, and we have the same approach for the digital securities. For us, it's a very important and systematic step, and it was realized because we built a very good carcass of the regulation, and this carcass it has some requirements, and right now we deal with them for requirements for the structure, reservation of the structure, so many different moving parts, and Considering this, for AFSA, the protection of the investors and transparency of the market is our main priority. In general, having understand these priorities, and we can see that it's changed and it's transfers for fulfillment process of the regulation. Marat, a question for you. We see that you, as an international rating agency, you're already evaluating risks and these actives like AFIR, BNB. So right now we are becoming infrastructure of the global evaluations, global calculations. I would like to know how do you evaluate the potential of this and how digital Tinga will be a participant of this ecosystem. Thank you very much for this question. Unfortunately, I cannot join you physically, maybe next time. But let me tell you, from the point of the rating agency, how do we see the situation? And what we can see that institutional investors, emittents are starting to release digital actives, digital securities. And for us, this is not signing that the market is closed. Like it's clearly opened, it's clearly working, and a lot of people, more than 100 obligation is already in a digital format. So if we will take a look at the same situation, this infrastructure like 4 or 5 years ago, the pilot project was completely different. It was only in the testing regimens. Nowadays, we can see the more complicated releases of these obligations. And if we could take a look of the emittents, it's more like Hitachi, Siemens. But nowadays, it could be banks. For example, European Institutional Bank. They already made some bonds. For example, it also might be some kind of the city they can make these obligations, and this is a very diverse profile of the emittents. What's, what it means to us? So we've been mitigating more than 40 of this type of bonds, and from the technology viewing point, the whole currency we use for evaluation is very, very, very important. And first of all, this currency was traditional, so it was like banking processes which went through the banking channels. Nowadays, we can see that more of the emittents using their digital banks, so it might be either digital currency which made by digital banks, central banks, or it's a stable coin in majority issues. So of course we understand the risks linked with these stable coins, and also we see a big trend that there's increasement of these funds, and this shows us a signal that these products allows investors to invest in stablecoins and in return receive tokens. Probably somebody told already about it that stablecoins should be converted to the traditional currency so we could buy actives on that. But watching this image, watching this situation, we can see the growth from year to year, and we can see that the growth of the capitalization of the stable coins. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this market going to develop furthermore, because right now we don't see that it's becoming a main trend, even though we seen a growth from year to year. But my opinion is the same. So this so several issues provide a lot of risk, and they are at the same level as it was before. Thank you very much, Marat. Also, we would like to say a very interesting thing about our local market, especially while Almat is here. For example, yesterday there was a first payment made by USA via stable coins, via Zaman Bank, and we would like to hear from Almat more details, how the story about this payment, how it was done, ideologically, why it's through Zaman Bank, why they made this experiment, what's going on. Thank you very much, Nurhad, but please let me, before I will answer this question, please, the audience, can you open up and raise your hands who already use stable coins? So, in my feelings, it's like 20-30% of the audience. Okay, thank you. Yeah, really. So, Zaman Bank made this kind of the reincarnation in September. We already launched the whole new product line for the small and medium business, for the physical customers, and right now we are thinking about how the bank gonna focus for the next years. The story with the digital securities, especially with the stable coins, looking very attractive to us and very perspective. And if we will take a look on the last research of the Ernst& Young about stable coins, people from Ernst& Young giving a forecast that in the next couple of years, more than 10% of the payments going to be through stable coins. It's like $2.3 billion in a world where are already precedents when the big players like PayPal, Shopify, they not just open it and access for the physical customers for the stablecoins, but they also stimulate the usage of them. In our opinion, it's gonna lead that our Kazakhstani companies are having a counter agents abroad who have this liquidity in the stable coins, and we would like to give opportunity for our companies to create these relationships with that clients in stable coins. So we already made two steps. The first one, whenever we understood that, we already applied to the national bank for the regulators that we need to invest more to develop this direction. And the second one, it was how we can find an opportunity in this current regulatory legislation to make our customers uh, allowed to do these transactions in stable coins. And this is what we see. We already have this case. Our small IT company who are providing services for the American companies, and this company had some liquidity in USDT and they are ready to pay in this currency. And that's why we, with our partners, Delivio, who have this license of the USA, to make a common product when the bank is already leading all of this regulation, currency control, KRC, Delirio opens up crypto purge, and then they can start these transactions because they can convert it back to the tenge, and then uh, our company is gonna get it in tenge already. So as a result, the client getting a legal, transparent service, and the government has this legitimization of this sector. So it's a big market. From 4 to 8% of the Kazakhstani's populations are actively using cryptocurrency, and to give them opportunity to exit this gray zone and make these operations possible. This is what we see that our bank gonna be focused for the next couple of years. So we see a lot of perspective in here. Yeah, one of the teams we have here, and a very, very, very good reason to switch to that theme is a trust, because these two aspects affects a lot on each other, and that's why we're gonna start with regulators again. I would like to ask you what kind of the steps the national bank is aiming to make to develop these digital securities furthermore. It's a very actual question. You are right that the stable and successful development of the market is very necessary and is connected to usage of the different tools, and we need to create a transparent, understandable legislation to regulate all of this digital security. So all of this crypto transactions were a little bit limited in Kazakhstan. So we had a solution to create this exchange, stock exchange. After that, we realized that this mechanism was successful, and we decided to scale it up for the whole country, not only in several cities, to create a liberal, more transparent conditions to create new instruments. And right now we're having a reform of the whole legislation to make it possible to have this according to the legislation, because it's very important. And a stable coin based with the currency, we understand that it's almost the same as the tokens which approved by the financial instruments. And of course these different actives like realty and a tokenized form of the financial instruments which can we use with the blockchain and make it safe. So a lot of work is getting done in this direction. We are working a lot to do this, and the second block is the legislation to widen up the regulatory limit of the cryptocurrency, FIR, and everything rest. So it might be safety, secure, with the controlled regimen through the licensed providers of the services. So we're gonna make several list license providers who are regulated and who follow the alignment, and through these companies the citizens can get all of these services and be sure that it's everything gonna be secured. Thank you. Now I would like to hear, Damir, about your vision. How you gonna make this communication with institution and the whole market of the financial and digital security? Thank you, Nurhat. Thank you. Well, in general, all of this mechanism of communication between traditional financial institutions and digital securities, we believe that thanks to the regulators, it's already have the very good and successful value. Now we are entering four jurisdictions, and that's why we believe that the communication interactions are getting very, very successful. And right now we are having these cryptofire channels. We are launching a crypto cards with the banks of the second level, and right now, on the base of the national bank of our regulators, we are developing the payment systems, different solutions. And we are so happy that our participants already participating in that, in these initiatives. So as a result, I would say that Kazakhstan is one of the rare countries who have this synergy between traditional financial institutions and digital securities, who form a regulated and safe ecosystem for residents and non-residents of our country.
Теперь услышать и посмотреть так, на чуть-чуть взгляд.
Now we would like to hear a person from the international standpoint. Right here we have Bakai, who representing MasterCard, the global payment system, and we would like to know, as a global payment system, what kind of the standards you using you having this for the tokenized actives, for the stable coins, in general for all of these actives in terms of their international regulation, because MasterCard has a mission to satisfy everyone. How you deal with this? What do you do? And what's your vision?
Тоже увидеть и услышать.
Да, ну хорошо, спасибо. То есть в целом, может быть, вначале может возникнуть вопрос, где MasterCard?
Yeah, thank you very much. Uh, well, the first question is where's MasterCard and where's all of this? First of all, the MasterCard has a very huge infrastructure and ecosystem to make this possible. For example, tokenized depositarium or government obligations is one of the main and important tools we are using every day in a corporate calculations. So if we will take a look at it in the world, all of the corporations are using more and more deposits, and banks we're using this tokenized to regulate the liquidity, to manage it, and in general, all of these tokenized government obligations from the treasuries of the U.S., for example, one of the most biggest tokens we already use in our blockchain network, because MasterCard already several years ago launched this closed private blockchain network which you can use as a corporation or as a bank and start to trade with the tokenized digital securities, for example, deposits which have used by banks, government obligations which made by treasury, and in all of these solutions, in terms of the cybersecurity, anti-fraud, anti-money laundering, we're all using in our ecosystem. For example, these cards and while we're making these evaluations, all of these solutions by MasterCard, we're already going in alignment with the regulators, with the business, with the markets, and it's very important to create this, all of these pilots, to launch new projects, to use these stable coins. It was made common in a collaboration, and we can see that the regulator in Kazakhstan is very proactive, and they helping to move the market to make it possible nowadays, and that's why it's important to recognize that, because regulator right now is ahead. It's not just going somewhere to make it possible, it's really ahead of the changes, and we are very, very grateful for the regulators. Speaking of stablecoins, right now it's not working on private private networks. It's mostly works on a blockchain like USDC, and here we are providing an opportunity for the retailers to make this user experience easier for everyone who haven't this cryptocurrency, crypto purge. You had to have from 20 to 26 digit code, which is not convenient. And right now, we developed a very secure solution with crypto credentials, and you can use a very shortened form of this password and in different exchanges, and it will be 100% secured. Very, very, very stable with all of these requirements for the cybersecurity. Thank you, Bakai. I also would like to have an additional view, and this question is going to be for you, Marat. From your point of view, what we need to do so the digital securities will be considered by investors as a very stable instruments, trustful, because a lot of the investors they are relying of these ratings and evaluations from different rating agencies. Thank you very much for this question. From our point of view, the regulation made a lot steps forward. So a lot of countries right now can release these obligations in the form of the tokens on the blockchain. For example, public blockchain. For example, before we should make it through the centralized depositariums. So right now, we can use it directly with the tokens on the blockchain. And of course, the whole market, whole market is following these patterns. We're talking about this with emittents, with the investors, and asking why we don't see it yet. Why the market isn't open for these sectors?
There are three reasons why we do not accept it. The first is the lack of digital cash, which will allow us to calculate it. For example, if it is in a blockchain, mostly it's calculated in some banking system or through the central bank who has some blockchain, but they are not linked, and this is leads to obtain some artificial resources, additional resources. And if we don't see some electronic currency, it will, and we will have some linked system, it will be easier. The second, there is no the secondary markets. There is no any bond in digital where you, after all you can like sell this bond after all. And nowadays you see in F5's place we see the secondary market, but in traditional market we don't see the secondary markets where you can sell your purchases 24 hours per 7 days a week. There is no general collateral in different transactions that will limit our interests. And also it's very important to lead some digital actives, and we hear some information about cyber security, and it's very easy to fraud, and there are some issues with the system because some systems can be not allowed by some electronic cash, and that's why investing in these actives we help them to always point out and write out that we are evaluating as a risks and as an anti-fraud policy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Natalia, I have a question for you. As a representative of business who has different projects and consulted different projects. Today we have some example on using stable coins on trans-bordering payments, and we know the position of regulator. This is one of the themes that's supported. What is your opinion from the point of view of the business? Can Bitcoin play a major role in trans-bordering payments? And can we think about scaling and new types of payments? Thank you, Nurhat. Yeah, of course, the role of stable coin is major, and we used to see stable coin attached to dollars currency, and one of the trends that every country has its own stable coins, and they have reasons. Firstly, it is to get rid of dependence on some third parties, on bank correspondence, and of course get rid of course it's somehow loud words, but not so, but they try to get out of control of the third parties. Of course, we should say also that the payments will not be conducted without any questions. Of course, we will always do it through the compliance and will be in a legal sphere. Also, there can be some technological barriers. I think, in my opinion, there is no technological barriers. All the internal systems of the compliance are working well, and I think I'm working with blockchain 9 years, and I can tell you that development and working with the blockchain is cheaper now, and it's accessible now, and everything is very quick. For example, to develop stablecoin for now is very quick. But when we are talking about regulatory and banking, it's normally there are some questions on regulatory, and in Kazakhstan, of course, regulator supports us. We have developed some of for the not legal entities. And of course, we need a bank. We will always need a bank. It's the moment when there is some questions arisen and between the subdivisions, and of course, they are our colleagues from current control always coming and trying to make some traditional instruments and trying to make the same system as they were in their organizations, in their entities, and they ask some strange questions. From one point of view, from one hand, we should ask, we should hear them, we should partner with them. But we know Zodia Market, which is the subsidiary of bank, and we now having their expertise. They shared with us their experience and expertise, and we are trying to implement something similar to their system. It's very good. When we started to work stable coins in tenge, there was a very strong skepsis on us, and a lot of people didn't support us. Of course, everyone supports, and of course, everyone knows that we have a high rate of inflation. Despite this fact, here we see that we make life of companies simple, which should need to convert into national currency and then back. And we see some other countries who are interested in developing their stable coins, and they are interested in the stable coins of other countries. It's a good thing. I need your opinion. What this type of partnership between fintech and banks, as Natalia has mentioned, is more perspective? It's a good question. Not all of the people understand what for do we need stable coins, and this partnership should be built on the some pain points of the business of the banks. If we'll think in some cross payments, for example, Kazmunagas to, for example, to KTG on Sunday maybe. Of course, it's not working day, it's hard. We should use some banks who are working on in working days, in business days from 9 to 5. We should think that here we should make some quick payments, and also there are also a risk of contra-agents and the deposits on the and with the help of it we can make payments on the weekends, on the holidays, and cross payments can be can be done through this type of currency, electronic currency. It is the pain point of corporate clients. And fintech also are very widely using this system. And stable coins are, it can be any stable coins, for example, digital tenge or CBC or anyway. People are waiting from digital tenge that digital tenge make transparent system, and here in fintechs we hear some access of the to the digital tenge and some understanding of digital tenge. Population understands how it works. Amat, how do you think, what is the most perspective, most brightful in the industry of digital securities for banks? It's a good question, good discussion. From the point of view of the bank, we see three points of strengths in the ecosystem and the digital financial actives. The first is the developing digital products. It can be crypto cards, it can be money transferring, and so on and so on, and also loaning, crediting. The second, it's this story about collaboration. For example, with our payment, yesterday's payment, and partnership with the Liro company. We don't need to invent a bicycle. We can use the infrastructure that we have, and we can make a partnership. We can communicate. We can develop, boost up our product, and gain more users. So the traditional banks are have opinion to the cryptocurrency very pessimistic way, and we see the companies who develop electronic currency, but they need some friendly compliance, and they need some companies, some banks who will understand how to focus on these three terms. So the from this development, all of there will be win-win situation. How fintech startup developed in the stream in becoming mainstream. How can we be the part of this mainstream of this trend? Today I had a conversation with a girl from Italy. She had some startup and she asked, do we need to work in Kazakhstan to start our startup here? And we are trying to understand, is it interesting? Is it will be is Kazakhstan will be interested in our project? And I said it's very important to have a team on the places. I'm working in Kazakhstan with the digital actives from 2022. I saw different companies, from the small to the very big companies. All the teams who are working in the financial sector have their right to apply to use their connections, but when there is some player on the market from the abroad, from the outside, and when they ask, for example, from Dubai, They ask, is it possible to work with Kazakhstan, to work in Kazakhstan? But they don't have any local company, local employee, and they don't have wish to develop team in Kazakhstan. Yes, I answered that. Yes, of course, you can obtain license, you can start your business, but if you are not willing to be in the country, if you are not interested in developing a working place, in developing team in Kazakhstan and playing in Kazakhstani market, then unfortunately there will be no opportunity to make this business. That's why it's very important for fintech and startups to be on the market, to be active in the market and develop their networks. And in the finishing this discussion, I would like to say one sentences in order to make some conclusion of our discussion. What is the one result which you would announce on the next fintech conference? Which result in the digital security would you like to gain in 1 year? Marat, can you start, please? I think it's interesting to see some integration with the traditional banking system and to understand how classical banks, traditional banks will work with the with this type of currency. I would like our project to went out to go out from the digital environment and in piloting, but started to implement Arlen. Shortly saying, I would like to have a national ecosystem of digital securities. May I finish with the words from I started. I would like to ask the same question to the people, to the participants, and I would like to have a lot of good news from you. Of course, to achieve these goals, we need to make some solutions, on payment solutions. That's why I think it will be a real result of our actions, okay? I'd like to formulate some amount KPI if there will be from 3 to 5 classical bank who will use this electronic currency, and it will be real success. Thank you. Let us make an applause to our speakers. Thank you for participants for listening to us, to listen to our discussion. Thank you. It was a pleasure to be a moderator here. Thank you to Mr. Aydar. It was very, very fruitful. It was very useful. Let us make a photo, please. Speakers, can you stand on the stage to make a photo, please? Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, and we are approaching to the most important part of our event. Today we are becoming historical event, the first green token. This project is very, very important step in national payment system. And it will show us how to work in the developing our payment system. Let us start. Dear participants, in order to implement green token, let us invite some our speaker Шашпангулова, Азбаев Айдар Демиртач.
Маулешев Арман Ахмеджанович, генеральный директор акционерного общества «КазАзот».
Маулежев Динамик, he is the head of the Kas Azot. Бердгалиев Рамазан Амангельдович, he is the head of the blockchain platform token ICE.
А также директор ТО Гексабайт компании, разрабатывавший токен ICE, Абаев Адиль
Имантаевич. This is the head of the company who developed this green token.
Итак, друзья, слово для приветствия.
So the words is given to the blockchain platform token ICE Бердгалиева Рамазана Амангельдовича. The ceremony will be opened by Sholpankulov Berik, Deputy Chairman of the National Bank of Republic of Kazakhstan. Okay, let us start the word gifts to the Berdigaliev Ramazan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, sorry for delay. My name is Ramazan. I am Tokenize CEO. It's the platform for tokenization of digital securities. We are working in regulatory of the National Bank of Republic of Kazakhstan. And maybe the most important to say is thank you to our partners KazAzot, Global ESG Partnership. Thank you to National Bank of Republic of Kazakhstan. As it was mentioned before, the National Bank of Republic of Kazakhstan initiated a very good sphere which is dedicated to digital securities. On this panel session, we will present you implementing the first green token in Kazakhstan. I would like to give word to the representative of National Bank of Republic of Kazakhstan, and I hope he will say his opinion about our project. Our beloved ladies and gentlemen, it's a very big honor for me to represent the first in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia new green token. It also fits the strategy of Republic of Kazakhstan, and it also will lead some very good place, and it will be as in technology in the direction of ecology, and the main thing is to attract some investment. We can say a lot about it. Sorry, I am a little bit nervous because it's a very, very good moment for us. We are very happy that we are implementing it in this partnership, and I know that everyone believes in the success of Green Token because it's their first beginning, and I think it will be continued in the future, that all the investment in the green technology will be widening, increasing and increasing. That's why we are waiting for the implementation of Green Ticket, and we will help it throughout all life. I'm the head of the. Hello, I'm dear colleagues, friends. Let me introduce myself. My name is Arman. I am CEO of Kazazot.
We are the only producers of the ammoniac and the specter. For 80%, we are providing our local market with a very good azote products, and every chemical production is always linked with the ecological risks. So I would like to show appreciation for our colleagues from the National Bank, our partners who are supporting this initiative. And in the short, frankly speaking, we would like to. We already know each other, so let me tell you how we got this idea to grow this micro grass. First of all, starting from the 2026, the companies who are making a harbor path is always going to be having an additional taxes, and this carbon path is going to be first one. When we burn the gas, the CO2 is going to the atmosphere, and the second one is the stock waters, who requires additional cleaning, and that's how we find this solution, this biograss to grow it. I will not speak a lot about the technology, but but this will bring us additional value, and at the same time, it's gonna reduce risk from our environment. So this bio wheat is very useful for growing of the birds, fishes, and even different type of animals on the farm. So right now we have a big territory in the Mangostau Oblast, and we are happy that it's going to be happen this day. Thank you. Every year the Mangostau we have different problems in Mangostau, farmers losing their value, but we have a solution, the chlorella. It's a micro seaweed which cleans the water and the air. Everything it starts in the phytobioreactors. Chlorella starts to grow in a regulated environment, and afterwards stock waters is a very ideal nutrition environment for growth. And now we have a biomass as a bio addings to the food of the animals, and it's also has very big clean capacities like 100,000 square meters of the waters. So of course it's a benefit for the investors, benefit for the government, and a benefit for citizens. Invest in your future. Thank you very much. My name is Aydar Kazibayev. I'm a founder of the Global ESG Partnership. I appreciate all of our partners, and we just united this in one company who wants to be a leader in climate politics, talented developers, and of course National Bank, who set this ambitious target to make a very useful digital sandboard. So right now, what we need in the government, the need of the people, I think everyone, the government, of course I cannot thank everyone, but I just would like to support this forum, this summit, that today we are making a very powerful project. Right now in Brazil there is a COP30, and what we have in here, what we shoot in here, is going to be showed tomorrow in Brazil. Thank you very much, and a small video presentation about us. So, we are preparing leaders of the sustainable business and international institute of audition. We are entering the accessibility for the green investment. We are calculating all of this poisonful externals from the company. We are widening international partnership and to run business bridge. We creating these possibilities in shaping ecosystem. Global ESG partners. We are uniting business, nature, and future because sustainability is connected to future. Let me introduce myself. My name is Adil. I'm a director of the company who are developing blockchain projects. We are making it since 2018, and we are happy that in Kazakhstan we have a new era of the digital securities. And I'm so happy that we are connected with this. We put our hands on that, and right now you are going to be participant of this historical moment. I would like to present to you our platform. Please show the QR on the screen. Can you please scan it? Scan it.
Здесь, если у кого не подключен интернет, можете сфотографировать, чтобы подключиться позднее.
If someone doesn't have internet, you can just make a photo and enter a little bit later. When you go to this link, you're gonna try yourself in 2 roles. You could be emittent of this platform, and you can become one of the first investors of the green technologies in NATO. Also, we will have a lot of the plans for onboarding of different business on our platform of tokenized. Gonna be tokens of different businesses, and it's gonna be very digital securities that you can buy for tenge. On this slide, we already authorized it from Kazazot. Right now, we want to show you how the sales go. Show please here. TGT/KZT is our token which is selling for tenge. Clicking on a button sale, and here we can see the book, the journal. The whole history is empty. So it's going to be here on this page. You can pick on a market, pick the order, pick the limit, pick the price. You can set it by yourself. Today we're gonna be emitting 7 millions of tokens. In general, it's going to be only 49 emissions of the tokens. It's a very sensitive moment. Right now you're watching it in real time, that on a blockchain platform we're going to see how it's going to be used. Please click the sale. Here it's already created, and in the book of the orders there's already a token that you can buy from right here, right now. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. We're officially announcing the launch of the green token. We're congratulating you with this event. Dear participants, if you have any questions, you can ask. Raise your hands. Do you have any questions? So if we don't have a question, so we want to thank all of our speakers and congratulating you. Please take your seats.
Я қымбатты ханымдар мен мырзалар, құрметті бүгінгі саммиттің қатысушылары, расымен
Dear participants, dear media, everyone, we are congratulating you with this moment, launch of the green token. What an innovation, what a symbol of the new era and the green finances. So yeah, congratulating you again, all of you. It's our victory. Dear participants of the forum, I'm really happy to say to you. And now we are going to our next topic, the panel, how we are applying ESG approach in the banking area. Nowadays, ESG not just a trend anymore, and it's becoming a strategy for the risk management and investment politics. Yeah, so for this model, we would like to invite our next speakers. Kazibayev Aydar as a moderator, a founder of the Global ESG Partnership. The next one, the director, deputy chairman of the board of JC Altın Bank. Bahlana Musina, Chief Sustainable Development Officer of Freedom Holding Corp and President of the Freedom Shapahat Foundation. And also coordinator of the Central Asian Platform for Sustainable Development for ESG, Solovyova Aygul Sagadibekovna. And also the head of the Sustainable Development of LD Bank, Ayjan Karieva. So, dear participant of the panel session, let's start.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, dear participants, dear visitors. Right now we have a meeting with the media, but we are continuing, and probably not everyone were allowed to change their badge, but we have only 40 minutes, and we would like to have a very live discussion, very active. And also, of course, I would like to say thank you for our speakers today. Someone coming from Kyrgyzstan, and this is one of the biggest drivers. Unfortunately, Maria Jamal couldn't participate in this, but we have another opportunity to listen for two more presentations. And right now, to make sure that we're gonna have a drive, like all of the participants, we are supporting all of these young initiatives. And for presentation, I would like to invite a student of the 11th grade, Adia Maidan, who can present her project for green technologies in wicked cities, what companies should make, on opinion of Adia. So you can stay over here, Adia. Hello to everyone, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy to be here on this summit, such a big event, and I would like to speak to you about this, about my initiative.
Так, все отлично.
Thank you very much.
Здравствуйте,
Perfect.
еще раз представлюсь. Меня зовут Майдана
My
Дия.
name is Maidan Nadia. Yeah, I'm really a student of the 11th grade. And right now I'm presenting you the Klima Code KZ. It's an intellectual platform to track and change the path of the carbohydrates products, especially in the banking and financial area. Next slide, please.
Вообще, что мы имеем на данный момент?
What we have right now, what's the situation? Nowadays, the digital products is one of the main sources of the energy. For example, banks generate more than 14% of the CO2. We can see that all of these internal systems and sites, they are losing the working time of the clients and employees. Every extra second of the loading is lose of the productivity, and it means the lose of the resources. We can see that all of these platforms are also losing the loyalty and trust of their customers, their users, and it's very important. It has not only economical effect, but it's also social effect. If we will have more carbon footprints, it means that it's connected to the situation that we are already have to optimize all of this system, where not only UX matters but also ecological effectiveness. What I can do as a solution? Our solution is ClimaCode. This is the instrument, the complex, who analyze all of these digital products and shows their carbon footprints in the real time. That platform works on several iterations. Calculation of the CO2 for some certain website or service with the consideration of the energo mix of the certain country, and the platform shows which elements of the website or architecture shows additional loading on this, and this AI model shows the step-by-step recommendation how to optimize this service, how to optimize these carbon footprints, and also we are providing reports and ESG where we can form understandable reports, and all of the calculations will be meeting the international standards of the development. Also, the company can see in real time what they do, what's their carbon footprint in grams and kilograms, and our platform is making the complex calculation. As you can see, is a preliminary design, how it's going to look like. And can I get the next slide? So how it's work? So the formula is pretty understandable. Our main instrument is the formula. When I started this research with the alumni of the Stanford and with the methods of the Green Web Foundation, it's adapted for the national coefficients, and we are calculating carbon coefficient of the country, and it shows how clean is the energy in the region. For example, in Kazakhstan, more than 70% is a share in Kazakhstan. It means that our green energy is not as in Norway or in some northern countries. So also we can see the traffic and the average time of the average user, and we can calculate the data about carbon footprints from every user. And it's not only allows to us to analyze the situation, but also to create a step-by-step instruction how we can decrease it, and what's the benefit, what's the model of our partnership. And our application is going to help everyone to make this possible. For example, Google, they range all of these sites to make sure that it's going to be a little bit different. So it's client oriented, and it's extremely important for every bank, for every company. With all of this usage of the user experience, with the optimization, we can also improve the navigation of the whole service, and it also will mean that the conversion will grow as well. And for example, we can provide a personalized audit for every company to create an individual calculation, individual roadmap, how to improve this, implement it for their infrastructure. So our model of the partnership is very flexible.
From the licensed program to the other programs. So, quarterly we have an idea to check this, and also to show yearly how this climate code has changed, and also trying to have some partnership with the companies who has low carbon emitters companies, and it will make some decreasing in costs in some advertisement, in some connections. And the last slide, this is my telephone number. My mission was to make the digital economy of the Central Asia to be effective, to be green. I was happy to be there. I would like to say that Klimakot is to evaluate, calculate, minimize. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. This is very, very good. Our task is to protect such kind of beginnings. She is very young. She prepared so much. Very good presentation. At the end, we will have some presentation of startup, how to digitalize ESG report. We will start from dialogue discussion. We have a very good speakers now. I'd like to give the first word to Aygul Sagadibekova. They have implemented the best from each country, and they make some place where the best experience can be shared. Thank you very much. I would like to greet everyone for coming here, for giving such an opportunity to see a lot of people, a lot of unique and rightful ideas. I'd like to say a Central Asian platform where you can share your best experience. International business advice from Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan has asked us to work together in order to know how to develop green strategy in economy. That's why we were invited to this event, and we are, as a Kazakhstan, we love always to give some our own ideas, and we give an idea about developing some platform on Central Asia, where also Tajikistan and Turkmenia also connected to us, because this principle, 5 country, 1 voice, is very important. And when 5 countries are saying the same things, then our voice will be stronger. Business is interested in green economy, so we we thought that maybe it will be better to make ESG principle, and this is the strongest principle nowadays, and we will exchange our experience from Kazakhstan in Bishkek in the February 2026. We'll have some conference where we will share our experience. We will share how Kazakhstan go through this history, and using our laws, we monitor, we persuade, and we control how these processes are ongoing now. And when we do some conclusions and the risks what we take, and also we see the maturity of the organizations, entities, we see what type of pain points they have. That's why we will share our experience, and if you want to join us, we are mostly at the end of each company, even if it's mining company or food company or agro-tech company. We always see and we analyze them, and if there will be some social component and this component is moving, it means that ecologically, practically, in all companies, always it is beyond. And we have a lot of work to move into a green movement, and our laws, our jurisdictional force should help to implement this, but not only strengthen the prohibitions in this sphere. And we are your partners who can, in Parliament, protect our ideas, protect our thoughts, because our 5 countries are not divided. We are together in this regard. Thank you very much. She has the company who will be scaling these issues. Who is the benchmarks in your field? So you are our benchmarks because you are doing a very good ESG issues. Altenbank has implemented ESG podcast, and weekly they do some podcast. Freedom Bank always connecting and working and protecting Aral Sea and some ecological catastrophes. Bank Center Credit, it's the first who developed eco strategy. And now the bank who taught everyone to fit in ESG rules. Let us give a word to Can Kariyeva, head of the Sustainable Development Department, Eldic Bank OG ASI. Thank you for invitation. It's a big pleasure to be there today and to participate this kind of event among the professionals. I would like shortly to introduce of our activity of our bank. What is the bank? What we do? Yeltic Bank is the major bank in Kyrgyz Republic. We are the major bank, and we provide all the bank services. 100% of our shares are in the government. Last year we have a decision to persuade the ESG rules, and in order to obtain ESG licenses and ESG rules, that we will be firstly new structural subdivisions at the level of board of directors, will be at the level of board will be some committee on sustainable development. We use and we show that our agenda is dedicated to ESG. through the top management of our bank. Also, our bank increased our feature rating, so our credit rating from B minus to B stable. And also, last year we had obtained S&P Global ESG rating. The score is 45. Yet the result of our reporting of 2023, when we firstly calculated our carbon emissions and ESG, we obtained ESG score. This year we have circulated ESG report. It is you can download it on our website on the different languages. Debut Eldik Bank was the first bank to implement ESG securities. All the emissions was sold in first minutes. It's not so big, but this is the first experience for Kyrgyzstan. We are planning to increase to 1 milliard to 1 billion, and also in the beginning of the year we would like to implement euro obligation on the London stock and the main income will be dedicated to ESG projects. So our resources, which is applied by the green investment, now it's mixed investment. Sometimes we implement our financial costs. Here you can see we are the mountain country. That's why we have a lot of water. That's why we are generating green energy through the water, through the sun, and we see that it's very, very actual. So energy efficiency project in our mountain regions, we making some sun batteries. This is our first big project on sun batteries. And also sustainable agro and management of water resources, women entrepreneurship, and eco cars. All these projects are actual in Kyrgyzstan market, and of course you see that we are giving some loans on a very comfortable rates. Now I can tell you that Yildiz Bank is the leader of ESG agenda in Kyrgyzstani market, and it's also approved by our international accesses. The CEO of our bank was the became a member of board of directors of Central Asian Office of Global Agreement of UN. And here on the photo you see our CEO on the meeting of Global Agreement of UN. In the September of this, we have the project in the gender reveal and gender equality, and also supporting ESG agenda. Our partners, as we are the first who started ESG agenda, we are working with Asian Bank of Development, with the IFC, different green loans, women loans, and other projects. Also, we work with IFC. We work with IFC on developing some ecological risks in ESG. Also, we are in the process of accreditation of Green Climate Fund, and also we work with UN Women, UNDP. We have some memorandums which will be lead to a lot of work together with a big partnership. So about the Kyrgyzstan Republic situation in 2025. So green taxonomy in Kyrgyz Republic was approved. It's in a pilot regime. We also participated in it in developing taxonomy. We hope that it will be conducted through the laws. Also, we have conducted some plan to access to carbon neutrality to 2050. We have developed it together with the Ministry of Nature. And also there is some national green agreement plans. And the most important thing, National Bank of Kyrgyz Republic has developed the rules on ESG risks. Now it's on recommendational mode, but from the second half of 2026 it will be obligatory rules for all of the companies. This is our QR. This is shortly about us. Thank you. I think that it's clear for you what we are doing in ESG direction. Yeah, very good. Partners. Yeah, I think among your partners there should be BCK, Freedom. Yeah, of course. We have a experience to develop some first gender securities. So you see, when you said that you will be partnering with a lot of people. Thank you to Baglana Musina who came here to help us with discussion. How to integrate this ESG into the Freedom Bank? Hello, thank you for the question. Let me start with my gladness that a lot of young people are starting to work in sustainable ESG standards. That's why I think that now a lot of people are involved in ESG, and it's very delightful to see it. And the business are responsible for each development in our country, and I see that the youngsters are moving in the right direction. What about development and integration of some technological? So I would like to say that we have a very diversified holding. That means that we cannot cover all the issues, but we are trying. And making some decisions, it is not so obvious to integrate these or those decisions, and it seems like it's very interesting, but still it has some moments which should be noted. Now, we are not talking about globally making ESG rules, but we should fit for purpose, so we should know our purpose. So when we have the place where we can show and make better some of the rating standards, and to show about some companies, we are able to help to these or those people around us or citizens of our country. We should like clearly define the purpose of our actions, and then we should see the risks of each. You see, but we don't have the clear purpose, but we have different initiatives which will show uh, our willing to develop this issue. We have a special bank card with the higher cashback, which names Save the RLC. It was very popular among our clients. And also we have the special loans for women entrepreneurs, and also some special conditions for the electro vehicles. And also the next product is Turanjol Barısı, in order to protect our tigers in Kazakhstan. Yesterday I was reading news, and our president visited Russian Federation. Also, they talked about with the Russian president on the our tigers who are living in Kazakhstan, and now two countries will be working on helping protecting these tigers. There is no, of course, some points where we can have some applications for the ESG beginnings. Today we have a lot of projects, but still, if I'm not mistaken, today in 3 years of our working, we have financed more than 44 billion tenge, which is regarded to support inclusion, ecology, infrastructural development. That's why there are a lot of projects, but we are not moving towards some, I don't know, searching new projects. Of course, we have obtained some responsibilities, and we have a lot of responsibility. And the main thing is not to cease to work, but to organize work, to find out how to do it, and to, of course, finish all these works and be on time. What else can I say about we are in the dark listed and the SEC regulated lists. The regulator among the our Kazakhstan, there are a lot of rating agencies. We are rated by LSEC and Astana Vitic. In 3 years we have doubled our ratings, and it was, of course, even for a rating agency, it was shocked because it is very diversified business, a lot of types of businesses, where you should understand this is the holding, but we are annually circulating our reports, and we are showing to our Kazakhstani regulator, to showing to some USA regulator, to every country where we work. And our we are, as a bank and as a broker, we are having different subsidiary company, and they have, each of our company has a subsidiary. Even subsidiary company have their ESG departments, which is
So this is how it's going on. I try to explain it from my point of view in 5 minutes that you let me, I don't know what's the timing, but this is the most important moments when anyone asks, "What are you doing in this ESG holding?" Thank you very much. Actually, that's a lot. That's a lot. We learned something, and the team of the Bahlana, they already made this first report of the ESG without help of the consulting company, and they really grew their competencies for GRR. Yes, actually, we can say very certainly that whenever we started to make this report on GRR, we already started to orient on CSRD, because we already presented in Europe, and one day we will have to make it in a European system. So yes, it's very important, and it was our conscious move that we should start it, and we should make it by our own without a consulting company to better understand the tendencies, the specific of this environment, how and where should we move with this or that point in these requirements from the regulators. And of course, it was very conscious choice, our own experience, and we are calling out everyone to do this and to learn it by yourself. Yeah, also when we made this project with Green Token, everybody made this white paper by themselves, and there is not a lot of specialists who does this, and that's why when the banks making this document by themselves without a reason, and they're really getting these competences. Yeah, so not a lot of the specialists who can find and track the carbon footprint. Whenever people ask what the young specialists could do, we have so many directions how to do this, how to create it, how to pass it. So that's on a real note. So our next word I would like to pass to the Janarta Legenova from the Alten Bank. I already participated on their podcast in ESG. It's a very good initiative, and we know that they have a whole department on ESG. An initiative to give this, to share these opportunities is very important, because sharing of the experience and knowledge is one of the most valuable resources. And I would like to thank Journal Telegenovna for this initiative, and to learn what's going to be next steps, maybe new podcast or the channel itself. First of all, I would like to thank everyone here, the organizers. Not many people who wanted, who were interested in this question, but still, I want to thank you. And of course, we have so many work, and it's going their own way. As Bahlana told, is a very big blast of the work. It's a colossal experience. It's a deepness of the knowledge. And when the colleagues, when ourselves, when we're making it by our hands, with our minds, it's really is like that. And our report for sustainable development was made by ourselves, and the difference is that we had a task to learn how to make it. The second task, how to research it. But at the same time, we had the task to save money. And we understand ourselves that nowadays we are not going to go to the ratings. We didn't get enough. But we have a very good plans for that. And we have that opportunities that we can use, we can change. What about podcast? The program on YouTube, it was a very good idea and initiative. It came to my mind of my colleague, Kalijan, director of the ESG department in Altenbank. Why? Because we realized that there are a lot of slogans, a lot of recommendations, but there is no understanding. So very, very rare amount of people who really understands and can compare why we do this. If we have a structure, if we have some kind of criteria, KPIs, which we should follow, which we should align, because in other cases going to be punishment or sanctions. How it's about ESG? Hmm? Is it ESG? So that's why we went to the podcast to start a discussion with colleagues. The process is in the bank started 2 years ago. It's like more than 2 years we try to communicate why we need ESG, why it's important, what we can do for the society, for the bank, of course, as well. But since this year we have a department. And coming back to the podcast, we understood that when we started to talk with our colleagues, the everyone has some kind of the limited knowledge about ESG, and it's different. And some people had comments just to change your lamps on the energy saving, and that's gonna be enough. And when you start to talk with people, you you're realizing that the deepness of the knowledge is different from one to other, and even till this day it's not very deep among our employees, among us. Why? Because we are learning, we're still learning, and we understood for ourselves that it's important that it's to learn by ourselves and teach others, to talk with other experts, our clients, our customers, and a lot of people having these questions. We kind of in the competition. Why you inviting us? I feel like this is a scale that this is about knowledge. That first of all, we need to communicate to others that it's not about sanctions, but at the same time, we are helping our clients. We are making scoring system, and we can understand which kind of credits we can promote, which can we make with discount. But somehow, one way or another, is leading to the understanding of the people. And the big moving part will be a consciousness of the society, and very good idea from the very bright girl. It's a good that young people, young generation is interested in that, but it will be better if it will be continuing, and you will find an opportunity to develop. Unfortunately, people of my generation and people a little bit elder, they are busy with other things, but the young people, the youth, they are interested in that, and we should support this interest. Before we started to make a podcast, we didn't know that universities we had, academics, we are really, really deep in this question. They releasing books, strategies. They have faculties. They have MBAs in ESG. So, moreover that, there are a lot of work, a lot of people getting prepared, a lot of people getting understanding of this area. But what's the percentage of the population who knows about it? I'll say it's a very, 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 very small amount. So our podcast, it's an educational mission. What we do, we're gonna continue to develop it. But what we're gonna do is you're gonna learn about it on the next year. Well, ESG is about competitiveness, and according to the gender-based comparisons, we are on the first spot. So we are number one in this. But yeah, but like you start to talk about idea, but we don't know. They have a lot of supporters, a lot of the followers in the social media. And if you will make a hybrid, like invite Idea, Baglana, Aygul, and then we can make this better synergy. Just to collect, gather different generations and start the conversation. What are they thinking about it? Because usually we have different categories, but our result, our mission is the common to lead to the wellness, to the wealthiness. So let's call it meetup. We're gonna have it on the 28th of the November for all of the experts who used to be in our program, but even those who wasn't there. So whenever you have E, S, or G, we would like to invite you, and we would like to start to follow this situation. Why we want this? Because it's important. We see that it's important. We had these meetings with our customers. Why we asking them to fill all these surveys? Yes, sorry for interrupting. We would like to help you to promote this, but unfortunately we don't have enough time. Okay, so let's talk about Central Crete. The first bank who's developed the climatic strategy. Right now, the strategy that you develop, how is it useful? Why you start to do this and what kind of results you have? Please explain this. Yeah, thank you very much for this question, and of course, thanks for the invitation for organizers. But it's a very big pleasure to understand that in our region we have such a big network and such a strong expertise, and we're having more and more of these platforms where we can discuss this and exchange our opinions. But coming back to the question, our colleagues talked a lot, and I would like to add a little bit more, but unfortunately, I only have 2 minutes. I will be short. If we speak about transformation, we started this in 2023. It started after the roadmap of the agency of implementation of the principles for ESG for financial markets, and in that time we decided to have this decision that we're gonna go this way, and we're gonna make analysis. We had two options: to go by the way of the fast victories or go deeply in this, and our actioners chose the second option, and we went in the deep waters. And right now we can tell that all of these results we have right now are very surprising. This is the results of that decision that we made on the previous moment. So we developed our big roadmap, our strategy, which includes ESG targets, ESG purposes. And by this strategy, we have detected some of the declared targets, and two of them is the ambitious one, to raise the green portfolio until 2030, and the second one is to decrease the carbon footprint for all of these free riches and until 2030. So this is very ambitious, and in order to achieve these targets is increasing our green portfolio to credit and invest all of these projects who align with this green strategy. It's a work with the financial organizations who finance the green projects, and of course other tools like increase of the consciousness maturity of our customers. For example, last year we had offline seminar for 100 of our corporate clients. And that's why we try to increase the ESG maturity and decrease the green portfolio. And one of the other points is ESG KPI to decrease the carbon footprint and increase of the green portfolio. So somehow our time is end. I want to ask you for forgiveness, and I would like to invite Maria. So we have this kind of the Fintech summit here, right? So we have this platform for automatization of the ESG reports. I will try to be very short, maximally short. It's a project Eurasia Sustainable. Our colleagues told that they did by themselves all of these reports, and ideally it will be cooler that we have this in a different way, fully automated. So you will have the sources to go there and decrease all of the expenses for these ESG reports. And for example, I believe that it's a big holding. All of these reports, they will be required not only for the banking field, but at the same time for all of the business units and business organizations. So next slide, please. Current situation that we have several problems to make this process very fast because we cannot just go to the chat GPT, and there are several climate problems that cannot be solved, and that's why we cannot use chat GPT because it goes to the old data and provide unnecessary information. It cannot quality process this, and sometimes it's really making up the data. And there was a case that Australia ordered a report for Deloitte, and when the Deloitte made this, and it was absolutely hallucinated text from ChatGPT, and the links was for the unreal unreal stories, unreal sources, and for us it's not an option. So we shouldn't rely on that, and that's why we need to have our own decision because GPT doesn't have this, and it's gonna be very expensive. That's why our solution is very good. It's a different integration in LLM with the ROC. ROC allows us to orient on that block of the information which we want to feed to the LLM. For example, if we are banking field, we don't have any sense to give this report for the banking system, and afterwards the model is going to be approaching to only that reports which been specific and oriented. So RAC does this differently, and MSP server allows us to change it, and the report is going to be looking like our previous report. Yes, or the report of the any other organization.
It will help us to structurize the information and make it more comfortable to evaluate. So the next slide here, on this frightful slide, you can see the semantic graphics, which will help you with the, for example, application of Ministry of Work Safety and their appliance, their offer will be answered in a good way, and there will be a lot of very good information. Okay, next slide. And finishing my short presentation, this is what architecture and logic of our work, which will work in Eurasia's systems. And these models are working on a specific sphere, and this LMM model will help us to share the data, and the big problem is that reports are made different. Sometimes it's on the graphics, on the text, on the tables, on the sheets, and it always took a lot of time to make it in some unique format, and that is why keeping them and in unique place, and also then taking reports out in the different formats will make your work easier, and moving from manual to the automatic type of making reports, and it will work. People who are working with the employees who are working with the reports, and it will be very transparent, very comfortable. For example, if we will change some of the data inside the report. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. The time is limited. Thank you for all the speakers. Thank you for idea. Unfortunately, we have only 45 minutes. We have a lot of to say, but still we made a network today, and it was really good for me that Aijan has opportunity to come here. Thank you to all of you, and my apologizes for being late. Dear Айдар Калтаевич, Акимбаев Жанар Тульгина, Баглана Мусина, Соловьева Айгуль Сагадибековна, Кариева Айджан, we want to thank you and to show you our appreciation. Thank you for your discussion. It was very useful. Incredible panel discussion. It was very deep discussion and very good. We have a break for 1 or 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes break, and then we will continue our summit.
Еще буквально 1 минута, и мы продолжим наш форум. Уважаемые дамы.
We'll continue in 1 minute. Please take your seats, please. Dear participants, dear ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our program. So we will discuss experience in implementing national payment solutions. Every panel has its own new borders, opening new borders of the solutions. Now the panel session theme will be something that's very important, national payment solutions. Now we'd like to invite moderator Popova Tatiana Valerievna, acting deputy chairman of the board of GSC National Payment Corporation. Mahmoudov Ramil, Deputy Director of the Department of Policy, Supervision of Payment Services and Payment System of the Central Bank of Republic of Azerbaijan. Madyarova Asem Kanatovna, Deputy Director of the Department of Payment Systems and Digital Financial Technologies of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The head of Global Payment Partnership and head of sales at OpenWay, Irina Kamkhadze. Vice President, Regional Manager of Central Asia Visa Semia, Сулейманов Sanjar Jaronovich, Director of Business Development in the Public Sector of the Central Asian Region, MasterCard, Zarina Abayevna Bakenova. We will invite our moderators and speakers to take their seats on the stage. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear guests. Thank you for coming here, for participating in our session. Today's theme is implementing the national payment solution. In the framework of our session, we would like to talk in detail more about card operations, card transactions inside the country. As you know, it's a trend worldwide, and in Kazakhstan too. In 2022, we have implemented laws in our country. All the transactions in Kazakhstan are operated in Kazakhstan. The immigration of our traffic was in 2024. That's why, Asem Kanatovna, may I ask you a question? Because you were at the head of this system, at the beginning of the system. What was the challenging, the projecting, the planning this system? What was the most hard and challenging technological issues, or make an agreement with all the participants of our members of our banking system, because we have different banks with a different point of view. Tatiana, thank you very much for the question. Colleagues, thank you for being there. I know that it's very hard after lunch to participate in such an event. I would like to congratulate you with the National Currency Day. I would like to wish you successful national payment solutions. Return to your question. You are right that we implemented the system in 2022. If we will look at the history, in 2021, 2020 was hard situation worldwide. It was very high geopolitical risks, sanctional politics to our nearest border, nearest neighbor. And inside the Kazakhstan, if you remember, in 2020 there was development of non-cash payment, and our clients has some habits to pay cashless. At that time, every citizen in our country had at least 3 bank cards. It means that our clients, the clients of our bank, are evaluated, highly evaluated the the speed of the using bank cards. And for national bank, it was very hard time to develop some national switch, to develop some system which will be embedded all the members of the all the banks of the our economy. It including Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, 3D Secure. And of course, we understand and we got that the situation 3 years ago, it seems like the time flies quick, but we have formed a team who involved regulator, and on a technical base there was banks and our partners as international payment systems. Regulator had a function of ideology entity, and we used some principle of governmental state, and we were trying to keep all the level of money transferring level, but also we should make some movement from one type of the money transfer to another. Technical realization was on a national payment corporation. International payment solutions, they shared their best experience throughout the world, and this synergy collaboration, we have developed national switch, and it was developed, and it's one of the brightest examples, one of the brightest project of when the regulator together with the market, together with the international organization, can build such a good system. Now system is working for 99 persons. Very good. I would like to thank banks and international payment solutions for supporting our idea. And we hope that we will have further a lot of project together. Thank you, Aysula Kanatovna. Ramil, can I ask you a question? Ramil came to us from Azerbaijan, from Central Bank. So Asem Kanatovna, we have the same position as Ramil in Azerbaijan. The card center interbanking card system was developed in 2016. All the money transfer has operated by each bank. You have a very good experience in it. I have a question. If you had an opportunity to make the system again from the scratch, would you like to change something? Would you like to, I don't know, to improve some mistakes maybe? Thank you for the participants who are listening to us. I congratulate my colleague from ASEAN from Central Bank. They had a very brave step. They made some regional, local switch. I am as an ideologue. I was working on this project. This is a very good question. What should I change if I will do it from the scratch again? First of all, to feel the market, what bank demands from you, what market demands from you. And on the basis of EMV, not all of the technology there was. Initially, if there will be processing and switching, and if there is something, when you develop something, for example, switch bank wait from you like something international scale at the level of fraud management, cashback, and if we are not so developed inside the switch, it means that we are not answering the demands of the banks, and the banks will not use the services. And as a practitioner, I will tell that these fraud transactions between banks, the central bank always works as an arbiter, as it was initially done on international payment solutions on a low level. It should be cope up with the same issues. So everything was done through the Visa and Mastercard, and if central bank is not providing these services, this service will, as a switch, will not be demanded, but there will be some emptiness here, and I would like to develop some local system strategy, and I would like to do it in this way that this product will cover all the demand of this local market. sometimes regulator cannot keep up with the market. Market is changing every day. For today's, we have a lot of different products on which switch cannot provide the same level of product because resources of international payment systems have a lot of funds, and they invest a lot of money into the products in order to develop it the best way, and they try to attract some new products. A central bank will always redevelop, always change something. That's why I think the employee potential should be high, and you should have some innovators, some technical employees. If I'm not mistaken, not for the clients, for the banks, the working through the switch should be not worse than work without switch. Ramil has said that the same level national switch is to say that your business is decreasing in this sphere. So the role of the international payment system in the scale of solving national payment solutions. Thank you, Tatiana, for this question. This question is in top 3 question which is given to our company. We hear it always. Despite the fact of the globalization fact, we are living in the world where there are different countries and they have their borders, their laws. And maybe we are used to know that the boards are fading, and that's why in this interconnected world the domestic sovereignty concept is something unusual, and it can be challenging, but MasterCard company respects and protects the selection of choosing of national switches in order to be held by our own strengths. We understand that maybe we have some wish to have more control, and maybe we have wish to increase the working places to be more attractive for investment. The MasterCard company is more than 50 years as a partner, and the in the entity who solves the issues for the banks from different countries, for the small and medium businesses, in order to provide some security of the payments, in order to provide some quickness of the money transfer. Of course, we have some issues where we should have some special approach, and we have discussed today about the security on the data exchange. And that's why MasterCard is ready to provide some the modern solutions. If we will focus on the construction or building of some data places in this big cyber dangerous world, we can by chance make us weak in this world. Also, you can have a data center, you can have a data center, you can keep all the data here, but you can see the patterns on the movement of data inside the country, and by chance, of course, sometimes entities can be weak in this point. That's why cyber frauds they are activated. They don't have boards. They don't respect the independency of the countries. That's why it's very important to provide the security, and our company is ready to provide the solutions in order to make them more supported, more secure. I would like to remind you that MasterCard on the initial places from of developing payment system of Kazakhstan made a good support. That's why we are happy to be in a partnership with you.
Зарин, спасибо большое. А если
Thank you very much. If I heard you right that you've been developing this solution, we shouldn't forget about international experience and use it in our local developments. Sanjar, question to you. So the equal possibilities, the similar question. Okay, let me split my speech on three segments. First of all, our partnership with national corporation. It shouldn't. It wasn't started with the switch, and this is the one of the projects we're having with the regulator. And when in the 21st, 22nd year after the COVID, it's become the main question, and our colleagues notice it that it's really, really, really interrupted our standards and our processes in business. But now we can see that there are a lot of scenarios how different countries developing their payment services and tools. And this is always used to be one of the options. There's always A, B, C, and etc. So our position was we want to be a partners in whole of this story. We still want to develop our relationships with the market. We don't want to make Kazakhstan or any other countries where we are represented, especially Azerbaijan. We we didn't have limitations. What if we will have a local switch and then we will stop to invest in this country, we will stop to create these new innovations, and the Kazakhstan is still keeping to be a cradle for all of these things, and we continue to be proud of it because all of these limitations, all of these risks, um, still there, and the speed how everything is developing in the payment industry, and we can concentrate that some of the moments are really disrupting the business and traditional models. So it's never been on our agenda, but it is where it is now. We are working with that. And the second thing is right now we are, as Sam can approve that we are very honored, we are very proud that we been able to create a business relationship with a national bank, a national paying corporation. We talk about all around the world how we made the switch in Kazakhstan. And now we have several countries in our region where we are making Kazakhstan as an example. And regulators and central banks will want to go and use the same model because it's really aligns with the sovereignty of the government to be independent from the external factors, and at the same time they want to be in trend. They want to have this economy to grow without the cash, and they also want to be these cradles of the innovations. And it's really cool that we're collecting this plus, and we have any this. And the third thing is we didn't stop to innovate, we didn't stop to bring new services and new tools. And one of the first thing I told about on the first session, it doesn't really matter. Is it national switch? Is it international payment system or transfer between banking accounts? There is no limitations for frauds. We should remember about that. So that's why we are aware, and I want to pay attention that recently in Washington we just signed a strategic agreement on the international level that we will continue to invest in these markets, and we will help to create, build in Kazakhstan a modern payment system. This will go aligned with all of the international standards of the visa and being a leader of this all around the world. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanjar. Thank you very much, Irina. It's one of the vendors, Open Way, Irina, and we are going to her. Tell me, please, in which countries right now you're working with this direction? What kind of switchy you have in these countries? They are different from one another, and we should have a full understanding. Like it's not limited only by Central Asia and Kazakhstan. What's going on in the world with this direction? Thank you very much for the question. The company OpenWay is a technological partner of the National Payment Corporation of Kazakhstan, and thanks to our high technology and trustful system approved in years of the contribution and partnership, our company OpenWay, our platform, is successfully integrated with national sovereign payment systems and payment ecosystem all around the world. In Kazakhstan, the company Way4 successfully in partnership with the national core payment system, and it's really helped to uplift the achievements of all of you and other players in the financial market thanks to the speed and innovations of the payment system which work on the leadership of the national bank and under the international paying system are effectively getting implemented everywhere. And of course we are taking this partnership with the big responsibility, because being a technological company, technological partner means to carrying a core responsibility for all that transactional flow which can be projected in our platform. And it's not just a project, it's a multi-modal, multi-universal and safe system which exists and functions on the common core, and it works on our system, which allows us a right to say that the contrast of the partnerships we have right now, and one of our biggest technological achievements, it's that the number of data integrations we have in an open way, in an international scale, or in context of the already existing paying systems, it's very various. And at the same time, we have very good, bright examples when the platform Way4 is a very, very modern platform which can solve problems of different generations of the payment system. Never mind, it's like made for the card system or for modern ones. And of course, it's a contribution, sensitive contribution for all of the participants of this process, and that's why all of this acquiring, emission of the digital cards, digital thingy, integration with the crypto exchanges and everything rest. If we speak about analogs, all of these solutions, all of them, how they are successful, our practical experience says that there is no dissimilar similar cases. There is no similar twins in national solutions. That's why our product is unique, and of course it cannot be happen because it's dictated by the government politics and specialities of the every certain country. But it also shows that example that Way4 works with all of them, with all of these national switches, with their specific requirements. For example, in Bulgaria, our partner Borica, they have number of cards more than the number of population in the country. And in the whole ecosystem, they have all this QR and the system of the payment services, but at the same time, this is the diapason uh, for our country with this population with more than 20 millions of the citizens over here. It's very important that all of these payment systems, all of this QR and all these purse solutions, it's really dependent on the number of the participants. And right now, there are more than 100 of banks and partners who are working on this platform. So in a conclusion, I would like to say that partnership with the biggest palitra of the partners who can be technological and successful, innovative in this partnership and ecosystem. What you do and all our participants of the paying systems, it's a very interesting direction. And we consider it from the technological point of view, it's really, 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 really amazing. And your speed, how you do this is absolutely inspirational. And we hope that furthermore, we're gonna discover more and more interesting solutions and events which will allow to Kazakhstan to stay in the top ratings in the industry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we don't have enough of time, so I would like to ask one common question for all of you. Please answer shortly your personal opinion, how you can see all of these directions, what's going to be actual for the next 1 or 2 years, and what's going to be developing very fast. Demira, if you are not mind, we will start from you. I think that we've been discussing it a lot today. Nowadays, like central bank, they created a ecosystem like RTGS, but right now, central bank is going deeper in the retail area to understand what they have. I believe in the nearest future, almost the same is going to be retail. The QR pays, IPS, and other systems of the fast pace. Asim Kanatan, what are you thinking? Well, I agree with the colleague. The next couple of years, we're going to see the trend and the growth of the new payments with different ways of the biometrical payments, with different options to pay, including QR. But at the same time, we understand that this digitalization will also require from the participant investments in the security because AI is over there and is going to enter all of the sectors, and of course the risks going to grow expeditiously. So that's why we as a national bank, as a regulator, we want to pay attention, a lot of attention for this question, because we have this kind of a regulatory sandboard. And we already announced a couple of solutions, the green token and stablecoin, and we believe that the market will go in this direction. Irina, your opinion? I think that from the technological point of view, we are expecting new interesting direction for international partnership. It might be absolutely different forms. It might be QR, it might be some kind of the other solutions, or maybe CBDC, or any international examples when CBDC started in one country and then even on a pilot stage, it's been having a practical experience of looking for a partner and create international cross-border solutions. Sanjar, what are you thinking about this? First of all, we say that the last 60 years technologies have been developing gradually, but the last 5 years it's become extremely fast, and the next 3 years going to be way faster. So our task and the task of our partners is to answer all of these challenges. And if you will say top three, it's nothing new: security and fraud, if we can do this actively or proactively. And the next one is the stable coins, everything that's connected with the stable coins. We're gonna have this thing like a test and try. We don't know what we're gonna use, but there's definitely a potential. Nobody knows that it's B2B or B2C, but it's something over there. But we should be prepared. And the fourth thing is like everyone has noticed is artificial intelligence, not from the point of view as a simplification, but more from how to make it improvement in the user experience, how it can be changed, how it can be done, and how we're gonna change this, all of our bills and everything. So, or otherwise, it's going to be suicidal. So it might be changed. We still want everything to be automated, and I believe this is my forecast: automatization. Zarina, what are you thinking about that? Well, I should add a couple of the facts. For example, my colleague told me about this, and for the 2030, there's gonna be world of the 30 billions of the devices who are connected to each other, and it's very, very dangerous world. There's a lot of beautiful things, but at the same time, there are a lot of the risk. And one of the most recent international reports says it's gonna be 40 billions of the devices. It's a colossal amount of devices, and we should consider it, we should regulate it, and we should understand that it might change a little bit. So we've been speaking about artificial intelligence, the security, crypto, stable coins, but now it's a top questions we have. Coming back to the cybersecurity, all of these fun facts, all of this cybersecurity thing, it cost 9.3 trillions of dollars for the world. And in 2029, this number will grow to 12.5 trillion of dollars. We understand the magnitude of this problem. We understand the scale of it. And to be sure that our life is responding to this situation, the cyber frauds, cyber thieves, they are not relaxed. They're still trying to think about something to break, and it's going to be working on a very big amount of the data. So the cybersecurity is my forecast, international collaboration, how we should do this, security, safe, and from all of the players all around the world in the market, we expecting to improve the security systems.
Коллеги, спасибо вам большое. Очень рада была с вами.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. It was such a pleasure to speak with all of you. Thank you very much. Maybe we have questions from the audience.
Нет, спасибо большое.
No questions. Thank you very much for that.
Сонымен форумның спикерлеріне және модераторларға зор ризашылығымызды білдіреміз. Естелік суретке түсуге шақырамыз.
Спасибо всем участникам.
We are inviting everyone to make a photos. Thank you for these practical cases and the live discussion. We see that payment system is becoming a support for the whole economics. So thank you very much, and we're asking you to go for your honor places.
Уважаемые участники, и следующая тема, которая становится все более значимой для финансового сектора – информационная безопасность.
Dear participants, we are announcing our next topic, which is becoming very important. The cybersecurity is a theme of our next session, and it's a very important factor. We are inviting Medet Turin, General Director of Spectre Security Group, a founder of the community 2600. He's gonna tell us about experience of the white hacking, which helps to find the frauds and weaknesses in the financial systems before thieves gonna use that. Что-то столько еды. Нет, это биохакинг. Мы еще опаздываем. Мы вот здесь вот. Медиа Турин. Too much.
Dear participants, dear guests, please take your seat. We are continuing our summit.
Наш форум.
Всех
Hello to everyone in this summit. I will try to tell you all the things I want to share with you in 50 minutes. White hacking from exploit to progress. I will tell you different cases because there are a lot of people and not all of you are technical employees. I am Medet Turin. I am OCNT expert, cybersecurity researcher, founder of Citizen Security KZ, founder Spectre Security Group, founder 2060, and I'm the member of prevention of narco traffic in Kazakhstan. So, what is the fintech? I will not tell you, you know it very well, but let us just know that for the last 5 years there was a lot of incidents of informational cyber attacks, and you probably have read it in mass media that a lot of people are of these cases, and of course our citizens are having issues with it. Some trends connecting to security about the money which is transferred to someone. The last case in Hong Kong when with the help of deepfake hackers have stolen 25 million. It's a very interesting case because the employee has transferred 25 millions because he had a call from the CFO, video call, and a lot of people from the board of directors sitting in the same room, and the video call came to the employee, and it seems like board of directors, all of them are sitting in the same room and they are approving this money transfer. If we will talk about the forms, you can always download and buy some programs to make this type of attacks. It is not always abroad. It can be in our country too. We can enter some hacker forum. We can like download some dump of the Bank of Mexico. And we can also download, for example, some base for 2023 for our neighbors, for example, of their citizens. We always discuss about anti-fraud, about a lot of issues, but how do we monitor the dark net and how our experts are sitting on these hackers forums and they are controlling the situation. We always should check these hacker forums. We always should control because we will see what they are interested in. Also, we have a case. Now I will teach you how to earn money. It's a work case. Just I will try to do everything very quick. So there is a tender for the giving the tender is the competition between the providers, where you will choose the most cheapest and the best option. And so there was a tender for the caustic soda, and there was a tender, and a Bashkirian company won this tender. And Bashkirian company, whose head is Sergei Uvarov, provided and asked, required to have a three-party agreement. Kazakhstani party said okay and signed online agreement and transferred to the Latvian company, who is the third party of this Bashkirian company. And Sergei Uvarov said that we will return you money because we can't send you from Bashkiria to Kazakhstan one wagon of caustic soda. We will return you money, or you should pay for the second wagon or for the third, because it will be the order. Of course, Kazakhstani company pays for the second wagon of the soda when the deadline is ended, and they at the end of the Kazakhstani company Google this company and uses the official telephone numbers, called them, and they said, this is not us, we are not providing soda to you, and this is the issue. And it means that the thieves are having some issues, and they are trying to have some fraud. And also I see a lot of target in the internet.
Почему Мета все еще пропускает эту рекламу?
And I see that Meta is still advertising this type of advertising.
Расследование, да, то есть когда вот запускался там таргетная реклама.
Before the Halyk Bank, Home Bank was making, you see it, the advertisement, and we have cracked this fraud company. We checked them, and they were working on the fraud of different banks' advertisement. I don't know if anti-fraud centers are conducting such kind of works. We are white hackers, and we can do this for the good purposes. Also, these forms are still active and they are still working, and you can also buy very interesting things from beginning from the flights, and you get to know who will fly from the different time to different places, and there will be some screens. For example, uh, bank of bank information, and you'll see that the bank is updating the information, and it means that in bank they have some employees who will share the information. How can they check? They will buy some control procurement, and then you will see how many people are searching you in some searching websites. We have only 6 minutes. I'll tell you very sad story. Why? Because today we have a very good law about drops, about thefts. Thief. I was an independent expert. Can you imagine some women from the some faraway village? She's the only mother, and she don't have work after 2020's coronavirus. And her neighbor came to her and said, "I'm sitting in the maternity leave, and I'm earning money." Do you remember that in 2020 we had a boom on fintech, that banks without visiting banks can provide you a bank card? The task was to create a bank card and then give it to the third parties, and they gave her 60,000 tenge per month. She did this task, and she was earning money somehow. She did it for 2 months, and after 3 months, when she came to shop, when she went to shop, a lot of big man came to her and asked, "Where is our money?" And she was afraid at that time. This big man, they came to her house, and they said that she had a debt to him. After 2 days in her living apartment, her door was burnt, and of course her neighbors invited firefighters and police. At that time, in the west of Kazakhstan, there was a financial pyramid named, and they took some money from the gas and oil employees. They took some money from the oil and gas for 1 month, and then this money was transferred to the bank cards to the 6 women from Karaganda. And all of these women are speaking only Kazakh. They are not very proficiency in using internet. That's why they knew only a few information about this fraud. And of course, when all these offices of this pyramid was closed, then they applied to police. They find out the addresses of these women and tried to take their money back, but this women, 6 women, didn't know what was going on their cards. This is the door openers, and unfortunately in Kazakh language we have only few information on website. and you know that at that time she was not. These women were not the thieves, but for now, after the having launched the law, they will be involved in this crime. We always like to make some measures after when something has already happened. It's very important to implement cyber hygiene. You will. I know. I understand you that maybe you will not change your passwords. You will not change your electronic signature. And please, when you come back, please have a conversation with your children and have a password with your son, with your daughter. And every parent should have different password, because the deepfake is developed very good. And for example, your child can obtain some video call or some video from you, kinda from you, and with the asking her to him or his to leave the school earlier. And you know it's very dangerous. That's why please have a conversation with your children. It was my dad turn, please. Thank you, Mr. Medet. We'll continue our forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue. It was very, very interesting presentation. Now we are approaching to the finishing panel session. Panel session number 6, the future of payment instruments. Moderator Konstantin Oshev, partner head of technology practice, KPMG, Caucasus and Central Asia. Participants: Xiaoyu, Deputy General Manager of Business Development Department of Union Pay International. Manarbek Abenov, Head of Samsung Wallet Kazakhstan. Danya Kairbaeva, CPO TO Alakan Technologies. Ilya Romanov, Commercial Director of Vision Labs LLC. Please take your seats on the stage. Let us continue our session. The next panel session. We are waiting for our participant, Danya Kairbaeva, CPO to Alakan Technologies. Just a few minutes. Our speaker is coming. Please applause our speaker Danya Kairbaeva, Alakan Technology, CPO.
Ендеше біз форум бағдарламасына қарай жалғастырамыз.
Hello to everyone. It's a very interesting session, very dynamic and interesting. So let me introduce myself. I'm a partner of technological practice in KPMG. When we talk about some payments that in 2024, the overall volume of payments, $1 billion. It's the superstar in Fintech market. This is the most massive part of our market. The interest of our investors didn't increase this year, but parallelly we have interest to the new mutual spheres and solutions in the payment, fintech, and fintech at all. And the big interest in all Asian continent and in South Asian, and also we see a lot of South Asian continent. We are interested in how will be our payment market. Everything is done without signature, with the site, with the head, with the eyes, with the face. It's we have very interesting speakers. I would like to start with Manarbek Abenov. He's the head of the Samsung Value Wallet Kazakhstan. They was the head trendsetters at that time. That's why I'm very interested in your opinions. What will be in the future with the payments and this variety of different payments? Is it something good, or maybe we will have one standardized instrument to pay? Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for interesting question. From the point of view of Samsung Wallet, it's the opportunity for all of our users to use different types of payments, because they are from case to case, maybe used differently. For example, to pay for a parking or to pay for the vegetables near to your house, or using something on the market, on the bazaar. On the parking area, we have special QRs where you can just scan QR and you can pay for your parking. That's why we see that standardization today may develop our digital payments and will give us not only in Almaty or Astana and also globally, to give some opportunities in the villages, in the small towns, to use this kind of payments. And our corporation using unique QR for the Kazakhstan is developing this very for further. So you have mentioned it about going outside the limits, because Samsung Wallet also is not using only for the bank cards, but also some loyalty cards, some cards of the different applications. What steps are you planning to implement this move, this transfer from the being bank payments to the having a lot of services Of course, there among the worldwide standards also there are some local standards. For today, Samsung Wallet is not only on cashless payment, but also it's a platform which is comfortable for all the users. From the last year, we have opportunity to upload to this platform your ID or national ID, and also to save the loyalty cards. Yeah, some of the loyalty cards of shops, supermarkets, coffee shops, and now we see that we are working on with the National Payment Corporation. The good news is on the next year we will implement unique QR in Samsung Wallet. What does it mean? It means that you should only swipe on the telephone screen, and here you will see this. You will have a scanner for unique QR, and if previously it was for the payment of parking or in bazaar or in shop, you should use some bank application, but now it will be all unique all together, and our users will be able to pay with a unique QR. And in Samsung there will be we are working on developing this platform in order to make it more comfortable. From this year, we are starting to make opportunity for all Kazakhstani some keys of the entering to the office, entering to the house cards. And it is very important not to carry these keys, these cards from the office, but also it will be in your smartphone. Can we switch on the presentation, please? Also, I would like to show you that today we realized some digital keys of BMW Mini and Volvo can use the smart keys through the phone, open and close their car, all everything with the help of the your smartphone. With the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Ministry of Informational Technologies, we launched United QR, Samsung Wallet launched in Mongolia, and Access Card in Samsung Wallet. Next year we'll use all the goods of the Samsung Wallet. Here is our short video on how can be used Samsung Wallet. This is the key, car key, also a metro card, also board and pass tickets is available from the last year. So for today, Konstantin, it's very important to give a lot of opportunities to our users. Our task is to develop all the services to work and to be comfortable, to make comfortable the life of our citizens. Super, thank you. From the first speaker, very optimistic view to the future. Let us move to the QR theme. Let us discuss this QR issue. Xiu, Mr. Xiu, he is the Deputy General Manager on Business Development. UnionPay was another trend center in the adaptation of QR payments. I'm very curious about your opinion. What will be the development? Uh, maybe some partnership, maybe some interesting, maybe some API interfaces in order to Kazakhstani QR will be fitted into the international QR system. Thank you for the question. Very interesting question. Maybe not only Kazakhstan. It's very interesting region and is integrated in the local QR code and implemented the ecosystem into. In order to achieve this goal, we need two reasons, two standards. One is a standard of unique standard of the QR code, and the second is inter-systemic integration. The standards, the technology is developed in different countries, is used in different specifications, and these differentiations, it's hard to read them.
It's very hard to read this information from QR codes, and this is a big barrier, and it's very hard to deal with this transaction because all of these standards working as doors with the password, but the both sides should know the password in order to have an access for somebody's house. That's why this contribution in a QR code area requires a very deep understanding of the standards of each other. The second one is providing a full inter-system integration, which will guarantee that will allow safe transaction and transfer of the data between platforms according to the requirements of the both sides. So that's why we need this integration. It works as a building of bridges between islands, and that's why it allows us to exchange the information between both sides. Yeah, and also I would like to add your vision. How do you see those steps to equalize the standards? Are they gonna play in the favor of the QR? Will it be the most dominant tool in the Central Asia or maybe in the whole world? Or maybe they're gonna be a big majority share of the people who are used to pay with the phones and mobile phones. I believe that QR codes and the NFC technologies will be coexisting with each other in the future. As you mentioned, that QR code, it's a tool which going to be a dominant tool, and NFC is going to the maximum. It doesn't mean that they are comparing with each other, compete with each other, but they are coexisting and they're working. So I don't know how to say it in Russian, but QR code, according to its very low value, is really fast in different scenarios where we cannot imagine for cash, for example, and it's very affordable. NFC, it's not that affordable, but it's very effective, highly effective, and it's entering different in public transport, for example, and for example, where they use plastic cards now, they're using the NFC, so the technology and QR code and NFC, they're working together and they have different solutions how to use that. And I believe that all of both of these options are really adding up to each other and will coexist together in the future together. Yeah, thank you very much. I have also another couple of things I would like to discuss if you will have time, and maybe we will go back to that and for the vision of the union pay. But nowadays, I would like to go to the next trend, which is going here. We cannot say that it's new trend actually. It's payment with the biometric systems, and we have our next speaker, Daniel Carbayo, which is a chief product officer of Alakan Pay. And here we just would like to start. Why it's made with hand? How you made this idea and why you believe it's gonna burst on the market? Because there's different options like voice, face, finger. Please tell me more about this. Dear friends, dear members, today we really we really helped you with this and that, and that's why I'm really happy to introduce our company, Alakan Pay. Thank you, Konstantin, for this question. Why we really chose the hand, but we've been inspired that the technology that might be transferred to the instrument we started in 2020 in a pandemic. Let me tell you a little bit more story about our company. So our main mission is to make life of the people more convenient and more safe. So wise hand, it's one of the most stable identification of biometric because the image of the veins for every human being is absolutely unique. It's never the same, and that's why we're using it. The whole topology of your hand, your lines, and in our device there are two cameras, one regular camera and another one infrared, which can read all of this thing. And the main questions, where you gonna keep the biometric? It might be stolen, like it's not safe. No, no worries. We are holding all of these photos of your hand in scripted data. We transform it to the hash, and we collecting this hash. So we are all about identification, and then our identification is about the hand and everything. So we really started with Scoot, the system of entrance and exit. After that, we started to develop Alakan schools. We are working with more than 100 Republican schools, and the children can go inside the school, outside the school, pay all of these foods, take books, take lockers with their hand, with the biometric. And everything is transferred to the application, and the parents can see what their children do, what they did inside the school, what they did outside the school, at what time. And also we have Alakan Health, but right now we are dealing with our main product, Alakan Pay and Alakan Club. We are we are driving to make this possible for our clients to use the loyalty system. And it's a big trend, as you know, and we want our customers to create the most convenient options to pay. You don't have to carry your cars. And for example, if you will pay with Alakan, the fifth coffee you will receive for free, for example. And we just trying to make it the identification simpler, and with just a wave of your hand, pay for your services, pay for your products. That's why we want to do this. That's why I want to do this for all of you, in order to make it precise, and then in order to make it original, and our founder loves to create this example. Whenever you go into the building, your face is already over there in cameras, and for example, people for the housekeepers, they can really spoil their hands with the washing the dishes and everything. And one of the biggest points of identification for our company is that we have a scanner, and only 10 centimeters for our scanner. You hold in your hand over there, it's a done deal, and we can have this information in payment. And it's very important that we try to make an international standard of the trust, and also international transactional center. Yeah, I know it sounds bold, but this is our aim. This is where we go. And considering it for the pay products, we really want to provide the trans area for our customers. Wherever you go, even in a company, you went through the onboarding, pop, and you can pay, pop, and you can deal with the services. So this is why it's very important, and we believe it's going to be convenient. Yeah, thank you very much, all of the audience probably have some questions, and we will save time for that in the end. But at the moment, I would like to ask you, how do you see the further development of this project? It's really hard to imagine it in Astana, for example, in January, when a person gonna take off the gloves and pay for that. Maybe there's some kind of limitations. It's a first moment. The second one, like 97 of the financial organization right now in retail, they already trying to transform their paying experience or already making it. And the difficulties they have that they have the questions of the infrastructure. It's a question of discussion with regulators, because we cannot do everything we want to do. And the second question is to achieve the trust of the customers, how it can be, how it's possible, what we can do next. And unconsciously, there is a lot of people who don't have a lot of trust for this word biometry. How you plan to develop this trend furthermore, especially with this biometric, unseen payments, invisible payments, and how at the same time you can boost the trust of the users. Well, thank you for the question. I will try to answer you step by step. Everything started with the actions of our regulator. Everyone has mobile phones, everyone has Face ID, and you're using it everywhere. So biometry is different. It's Face ID, fingerprint, your eyes, biometry of the hand veins, and here we just want to be on the wave. We want to be in trends, and we want to be maximum productive on the market. And that's why we are prepare our API, SDK, which our partners can potentially use. This says a lot about our mobility, our technical use, and we just want to make sure that all of our partners will use it fast, convenient, and the whole infrastructure we're going to provide. But I would like to take a couple of steps back and discuss. Like in the beginning, we've been exchanging the items, the units. Now we are turned to the payment for money. Then we turn to the plastic cards, and now we don't really use plastic cards. So now we're using Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, Google Pay, different types of pay, and it's very important to say that we position ourselves as the next step for all of these payments like Alakan Pay. There is no necessity to carry your cards with you, to take your device, scan QR, and all of these unnecessary actions. The only thing matters is your hand. And of course, that's why we are dealing with some kind of the turbulence among the users on the market. But it's just a matter of time, and we don't save any of your data. It's very hard to explain for you, but I believe that in time this behavior is going to be changed. and usage of the cars, the usage of the NFC, it's a matter of time. And we just want to say that big players already see a potential in this technology, and right now it's getting more and more popular.
And as the answer to this question, we are not about only payment but also about identification. In our system we have a lot of products, and everywhere when you would like to identify the client, you can use the biometric identification system of ours. Thank you very much, Danya. On this theme, would like to a little bit deepen in this question. Ilya Romanov, Commercial Director of Vision Labs LLC. We see that today there are 100,000 of the networks which is generating deep fakes, and the number of modeling who can find out the deepfake is less than 5% of this amount. But we have Vision Labs. What is your vision to the future? Will there be any standards for the finding out if it is some deep fake or some fraud? Thank you for the question. Maybe a lot of people, yeah, our colleagues, they heard about our colleagues. I would like to ask our guests, are you using classical basic instruments? Do you pay by card or by cash? So the saying goes 92% is not wanting to vote. Have you ever paid by the biometric system or some alternative type of payment? Maybe you know that in metro, in Almaty metro, they have face pay. So firstly, we should ask people, ask our guests, what do they need, because now we are sitting and sharing, meeting with them. May I have a clicker? We don't have enough money, but enough time. But Vision Labs, have you maybe heard about our company? We work on biometry. All the banks except three uses our technology. It's very interesting to have an experience of a red bank which is using alternative way of payment. We have a face pay. So the advantages of the face pay is how we see the protection of face pays on the fraud. Then really a lot of companies have their own paths from the not trusting into biometric ways of payment to the actively using of these biometric payments. And this biometric identification of banks, they didn't trust, but now we don't have trust issues with the biometric types of payments, and it works on the our comfortness. All the countries are working with the biometric on a governmental level. In Kazakhstan, we have a very successful project of the National Bank multi-vendor platform. And the next step, of course, is this driver which goes through the payment system. If we will tell you what about MasterCard and Visa will tell you it's about tokenization, where the one of the banks, very popular bank, is some hard way but very unique pay using QR. They are not using Samsung Pay, Apple Pay, and so on. And central bank is moving into the central QR, unique QR, and with the view of digital uh, point of view, the only thing that is supported by the government is the Face app. On the governmental level, it is only payment methods which has some governmental base. We have some questions concerning the future development, but now it's some evolutionary way to show. Maybe the history will show you the biometry on the scale. I think biometry will be deepened in our payment system. I was really wondered and shocked how many legacy in GDPR they have. For example, in France, when I was when I was watching football playing, and they were advertising in Europe Face app, and it means that in Europe they are trying to implement some alternative payment methods, and they are always, and of course they are making some advertisement on their central channels. It's clear that a lot of countries from the Central Asia, Russia, Latin America, we see a very vast interest to the our project. There are a lot of countries who are moved from this technological legacy, and they started to make some new technology from the scratch, and they are innovators of some of the technologies. And Moscow metropolitan, this is the only metropolitan with the biometry entering on each station. The same we have on our Kazakhstani metro. In Tashkent also they have the same biometric system, and also in Tashkent they have the hand palm payment system, because the hand palm is quite hard to identify. And I have talked to our colleagues, and we were discussing how these major players of the market can develop this type of payment. Evolution is ongoing, and I'm sure for 100% that we cannot stop it. Of course, we will have still some classical methods. If you ask me whether the biometry will remove the classical methods or cash, no. Maybe the cash will be limited because there will be digital tenge. We are also, as a consultant to this project, are involving in this project. It's a very interesting project. It will transform all the payment industry. I believe it will be successful. It will be qualitatively jump to the development. Do you know that in order to make some good car, you shouldn't develop horse, okay? And I think that some electronical money in their different types, in their different ways, will take their place on the market. And to the point of view of the technology, it's very rapidly changing world, and if and you have heard our white hacking speech, and I know that if we are writing viruses in the morning, in the evening we will write antiviruses. So the main thing is to find out the good program to find out the deep fake and detect it. And the rest, I believe you have read from the slide. I have seen on the slide that 21% people are using Face app. It's very interesting in the future. Let us just think about some quadrant. And on one side will be comfortable, the second will be security. So can we think that the biometry will be on the leaders? We always say that it is risk-oriented approach, and you know that the banks are always managing and in every activity of the bank there can be mistakes, alakan or any wallets, any face up, and this is the difference between people and system and people can always have some mistakes. When we are investigating some system, one on the board of the countries, the passports are checked by the human or by the system, there can be some mistakes. It's normal, it's okay, it's a base. In a balance, in the testing of the analytics, there will be an answer to this question. Of course, it's clear that we didn't tell about VLM, LLM, linguistic models. It's just a world, and this field is developed, and we are working with some international institutes, and it will be long speech, not for 7 minutes. Maybe just one question for all speakers. Yes, we will think about us as users. What can we do as a bank or as a financial institutes? What features would you recommend as a user to implement into cards or into the payment? Maybe some financial features, maybe cashbacks or something. What should be the features in order to motivate people to use your system? First of all, I would like to answer the first question about the comfortable and safe use. Of course, we are holders of the electronic wallet. We use some face biometry systems. We sometimes we use finger, sometimes we use pin codes, and we see that 95% of people are using face app in order to increase the amount of payments. We are encouraging them with the Samsung rewards scores. It's something like a cashback, which you can spend it on the Samsung.kz website. You can buy some smartphone or technique. It's a good opportunity for all clients using non-contact payments. Banks give some cashbacks and Samsung Pay gives its own cashbacks. I would like to add about your security and comfortability. We are positioning us on the border of comfortability and security. And your money will be in a safe place. So the hand palm should be liveness. There should be liveness. We are detecting the movement of hand. The example is some people ask if someone will cut my hand and will take it to the payment. No, because the blood will not be circulated in the hand palm. Uh, so it will be live hand palm, the hand with the blood circulating in it. Me as a user would like to have some innovations, cashbacks, and also don't forget that we are actively developing crypto currency. That's why maybe it will be some of the features. We would like to give merchants to the most productive way to accept payments, and it's personalized experience with the user, and personalization in the work is very important, and also cashback and bonuses for each payment will be very good, and it will be very cool if they will be in cryptocurrency. Maybe in the future we will have this opportunity. We'll give this opportunity to our clients. So by using biometric cashbacks and cryptocurrency. Am I right that if I will pay with my hand, you will see the like cashier will see my birthday, my some information? No, it is. You will see the information about you, about the check, about the payment, and merchant will see only his income. Yeah, in order to pay, I should use my hand, but in order to see my cashback, I should see the I should open the application, yeah, to see my cashback. Yeah, of course. Yeah, the bonuses for merchants is very good. Let me answer. The first thing is the banks are interested in are the impulsive buyings. For example, when I'm sitting at home and I am searching for the TV, and then there will be some advertisement from the banks and will present me some television with the highest cashback. And this is the moment when banks should catch me, should show me a very good, comfortable condition to buy. And one of the payment system after choosing this television, when I will trying to buy it, if there will be too many steps to buy it, maybe I'll quit. I will give up. That's why this pass should be the most comfortable pass. This is the most important for banks is the impulsive buying shoppings. Cashback and some merchants payment is the ways of attracting new clients. I think that when the clients are selecting payment, the main thing in payment is the comfort of the user. I think that financial organization should give some unique solution for the clients, which will be working throughout the world. In Kazakhstan, we have a QR code and a face app, NFC. But in Europe, there is no such a things. In China, in South East Asia, they have something different. And also banks should provide some unique solution to the payment system. On the same telephone, there should be some very good option. So it means the UX adapted for all of the people. So
Maybe we have a question from the audience. Do we have any? Seems like no questions. So if we don't have a question, then we should close this session. And thank you very much. I think it was very positive. We were almost on timing, and I'm really glad that we are having a cool future with the cashbacks and the user experience. So everything sounds great, everything sounds perfect, and it seems like it's very safe. Thank you very much. Dear speakers, dear participants, we would like to say thank you for all of the moderators and participants of the panel sessions. The technologies change rapidly, and our target is to make it good, clear, and more convenient. Thank you very much. We're inviting you to take a photo for moderator and the speakers. Please applause. Goodbye. We will see you tomorrow, hear you tomorrow, because the first day of the Fintech Summit is over. Thank you. Goodbye.
Осымен қызыққа толы Central Asia Fintech Summit 2025 шарасының алғашқы күні сәтті аяқталды. Баршаңызды тағы да шын жүректен құттықтаймыз.
Сегодня мы вместе прожили насыщенный, динамичный день, наполненный идеями, которые определяют будущее финансового сектора. Мы говорили о цифровых валютах и платежных системах, об искусственном интеллекте и управлении данными, о национальных инициативах и международных стратегиях. И каждая дискуссия показала, как стремительно наш регион движется к новому уровню технологического развития.
Панелік сессияда баяндама жасаған барлық спикерлер мен модераторларға, сонымен қатар қаржы банк жүйесінің өкілдеріне, финтех компанияларға, IT-сектор мамандарына, академиялық қауымдастыққа зор ризашылығымызды білдіреміз. Қымбатты жиналған қауым, форум аяқталған жоқ, ертең қайтадан осы залда жиналамыз. Біз сіздерді асыға күтеміз.
До завтра. Встретимся вновь на Central Asia Fintech Summit 2025.
Аман сау болыңыздар, көріскенше күн жақсы.